I can't officially start the meeting without the sound of the gavel, so I had to get that. Maybe we can start with the pledge. Representative Litchfield, would you lead us? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. And we have a number of bills to exec this morning, and then some hearings this afternoon. And the first bill that we will take up this morning is House Bill 184, which is establishing a committee to study changing school start times. Representative Litchfield, did you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass, please.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah, thank you. And Representative McDonald, I think you had an additional motion?
Yes, I move amendment 0394H.
Okay.
This amendment was handed out yesterday by Representative Terry.
I have more.
We have some more copies.
Yes.
Yes. We'll just get those copies. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Sure. The amendment does two things. The first is changes the duties of the committee because it makes it more investigative rather than saying what the committee is supposed to find out before they actually have the time to investigate this important issue. And then another thing is it amends section 5 of the bill, which is the reporting requirements. It says that the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, as well as the governor will hear the report from the committee, as opposed to in the bill as proposed, the governor is not on that list.
Thank you. And Representative Freeman, did you make the second on that?
I did make the second.
Would you like to comment on the amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments of Representative McDonald.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Representative Selig? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. I just had a question. So in the original bill, it talks about the report goes to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, the House Clerk, the Governor, and the State Library. This amendment keeps the Governor but removes the House and Senate clerks. And my understanding from the work I did on a study committee last year is that those two have to be included. But and so I just wanted to clarify.
I've never heard that they have to be included,
Okay.
but we can make sure that the speaker does send additional copies out.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not amending in a way that would
right,
cause
yes.
us further
Yeah,
difficulties later.
right, yeah. Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Just my question deals with the line 5 of the amendment, Representative Terry's amendment, where it's talking about summarizing evidence-based studies. Since these are surveys, a lot of them may just be informational, be collecting data from different schools. I'm not sure they're all going to be evidence-based. If we went down, we have 10, 15, 20 people on this committee. If we went to every one of those school systems, they would tell us informationally what they've seen. So I don't know how those two meld. Right. I don't see the survey part is sort of informational. It may not be evidence-based because they take a survey of what you do. But it seems to me when I look at line 5, it restricts that only to evidence-based studies. And I'm not sure. I have no problem adding it in there, but you see what I mean? Just,
Right. I think
it makes like a lot of it's going to be informational versus evidence-based.
right. I don't see a problem. With that, I think there will also be existing, as you indicated, additional school policies on the subject, taken a look at. I just think that the studies that are presented, the maker of the amendment wanted those studies to be evidence-based.
In addition
and-
to?
Yeah, in addition to.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the committee is just really collecting information, and then it's,
Okay.
as opposed to the original bill, which seemed to indicate that we were supposed to be making a recommendation or providing some statutory language about school
No,
start times. I think this is,
I appreciate that, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. I was just concerned that we didn't get the, that's
Sure.
fine. I really,
Yeah.
thank you.
yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, especially as I'm only just seeing the amendment today.
Yep.
The other question that I have has to do with whether we should be also incorporating the fact that we have districts within the state who've reviewed this discussion and made decisions, and shouldn't that be somehow incorporated, that they should be looking at why districts in the state may have already decided in favor of or opposed to? So I'm just concerned that we're limiting in some capacity
Yeah.
by not
I-
talking about local districts rather than state policies.
Right. I don't see any drawback to looking at that. I think clearly the intent during all the discussion was to look at information from existing districts that have already studied it. I know Representative McDonald, you've talked about that. Would you like to mention
Yes.
anything in that regard?
Actually, the reason I support this amendment is because my district in Salem, that's SAU 57, we had looked at this because a number of students, including such students like the Free Girls, Kiera, El Sierra of Peterborough that testified, and determined that we were not able to do this because of busing and also because of our CTE center at the Salem High School. And so I like this amendment because the result of the committee could be that it's up to local control and districts like Salem can't do this, whereas the bill as proposed, the duties make it seem as if the goal of the committee is to make this possible everywhere, where some communities such as mine determined that it's not possible. As of now, at least, it's not possible.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, if you could take a roll on the amendment, which is 0394H.
Motion is ought to pass. Vice Chairman,
On the amendment,
on the
yes,
amendment,
right,
yes. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Representative Litchfield, do you have a further further motion based on this vote?
Yes, ought to pass as amended, please.
Seconded by Representative McDonald. Any further discussion, Representative Litchfield?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to applaud Representative Wheeler for bringing this to the forefront. This has been an issue that we've discussed for many years. We had people come and testify, and if I remember correctly, we did not have anyone testify opposed to this bill. I also just want to take it a step further and say that Representative Terry made a point yesterday of letting us know that he was in touch with Representative Wheeler about this amendment,
Right.
and Representative Wheeler was quite comfortable with it, just to alleviate any concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Representative McDonald, anything further?
Oh, well said.
Thank you. Any further comment for Representative Selig?
Thank you. I would just encourage the membership of the committee, once it's appointed, to take a look at the report that was provided to the Oyster River School District. I think it's 6 or 8 years ago, pandemic time. I'm a little fuzzy on the exact year, but there was a committee that spent 2 years doing work on school start times and presented a very comprehensive report headed by sleep specialist Dr. Rachel Higginbotham, and I would encourage them to research that and use that in their study process.
Great, thank you. Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. Would it be possible for you to facilitate the committee receiving that information? Is that your district? Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on OTPA.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes,
17 yeas, 0 nays.
thank you. Let's next turn our, oh, yes, consent is okay? Yeah, thank you. Next, turn our attention to House Bill 394, which is, and there is an amendment that I think you should have gotten this morning. And this bill is relative to the powers and duties of cooperative school district budget committees and the role of cooperative school district board member representatives on such committees. And I'll turn the gavel over to Representative Noble.
And I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass. And this is on the main bill, and then we'll do the amendment.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
I do have a further amendment, a motion, if I might.
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on amendment 0467H.
Is there a second? Representative Moore, second. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. It'll come back eventually.
Hopefully.
Representative Moore, seconds.
Great.
Is there any discussion? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Yes, I think that this amendment clarifies some of the language from the original bill. I see Representative Spilsbury here. And it's my understanding that he worked with the School Boards Association on some of the language. And I think that this does clarify the intent as was discussed in the original hearing.
Any comment from the second?
You pretty much just summed it all up.
Okay. And we have a motion of OTP on the amendment.
Do you want to ask for further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any further discussion? Representative Hall.
I just want to say that I appreciate the collaboration between the two parties. You know, that's a great sign. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none. We have a motion of OTP on amendment 2025-0476H. I recognize the clerk for a roll call.
Okay. Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
And we're back to the main motion, which is now OTPA.
I would like to move OTPA as the motion based on that last vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion, Representative Cordelli?
Nothing further?
From Representative Freeman?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Motion is OTPA, and I recognize the clerk.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Everybody okay with consent for this? Great, thank you. Let's next take a look at let me see if it's on the schedule. 532, which is relative to alternate dispute resolution and individualized education team plans. Let's hold this for a second because there is an amendment, and I think I do have copies in the other room. So let's move on to the next one, and we'll come back to 532. Let's look at House Bill 738. This is requiring certain non-public schools or education service providers that accept public funds to perform background checks on all employees and volunteers. Representative Dry, did you have a motion on this bill?
Yes, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman. And Representative Dry, would you like to discuss your motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a repeat bill from last biennium, and it had problems then and it has problems now. The biggest problem is that it requires background checks of private citizens by private citizens, and that makes it very difficult. The private citizens cannot make background checks on other private citizens, and all the results have to go to state agencies. When homeschooling families become EFA students, their home education program is terminated, and they become EFA students. This bill, as it's written, has any employee or volunteer that has in-person instruction with an EFA student has to have a background check. So there's a lot of ways that home educators run into other people who are in-person instruction, including people in co-ops who are actually regular home education students who would have to be have background checks. So there's a lot of questions. This is just a beginning list. Who does it require background checks on everybody that a homeschooling family turned EFA runs into? Who pays for them? Who requests the checks? Who would receive the results? Who would monitor compliance? Is there a penalty for non-compliance? That's just the start of the list of questions. I think this is inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Any discussion from the seconder for that motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Representative Dry voiced all of my concerns with this bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Cornell.
Yes, I agree with the ITL on this, although I do think that people working with students should have criminal background checks, but I do agree that it doesn't work with the 193A homeschool families, which in the last bill, we were supposed to work on it with them to make sure that this one was better, and we didn't do that. So I would like to see this bill come back in the future, but with working with those homeschool families to see that it works for them too. So, but I do agree that this bill doesn't work now.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, if you would.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative Freeman,
Thank you, yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Can hear him.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
15 yeas, 2 nays.
Is anyone opposed to consent and wanting to do a minority report?
I don't think so.
Okay. Representative Selig, you're, okay. So we will put that on consent. House Bill 235 is relative to the Code of Conduct. But, oh, 235, well, I'm sorry.
My error, you're correct. Thank you, sir.
You said 235.
Yes, this is relative to the amending of the Educator Code of Ethics and Code of Conduct to include responsibilities to parents. Oh, great. Thank you. Representative Dry, did you have a motion possibly?
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Representative Morse, thank you. Representative Dry, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, for the time that I've been on this committee, I have heard over and over about the three-legged stool for education, which is parents, students, and teachers. And I think that the parents part is missing from the code of conduct and the code of ethics part in here of people that we're responsible to, and I would like to include it. This bill does it.
Thank you. Representative Morse? Any comments from anyone else on the committee on 235? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the maker of the motion's intent. However, I think our responsibility as educators is to the students, and they're our primary responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Balboni?
Yes, I will not be voting for the for the OTP on this bill, because I believe that parents are already included in the code of conduct under the community section. And as Representative Woodcock said, the teacher's primary responsibility is to the student with consultation with the parent. I mean, I think that's already in there. This bill gives no explanation of how these responsibilities to parents are going to, or what those responsibilities will be, or how they will be identified. The previous code of conduct was put together as a group effort with stakeholders involved. If you open up the code of conduct, it goes straight back to the rules, and there's no guarantee that there is going to be that continued stakeholder input in deciding what those responsibilities are going to be. And so for that reason, I will be voting against the OTP.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will be voting against the OTP. In addition to it already being mentioned in the community section of the ethics guideline, it is also noted in 21N1 that parents are enumerated in statute within our book. So for that reason, I will not be supporting ought to pass.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Yes, and also in the statute 21, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also in the statute, it talks about responsibilities of students, responsibilities of school community, doesn't define what you have to do them. Parents is just in there as just another entity. It's got equal treatment with all the other things that are mentioned in that statute.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
This is ought to pass. Vice Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
Nope.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Selig.
No.
Representative Kluger.
No.
Representative Snodgrass.
No.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
9 yeas and 8. Yeah. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta do it again.
Could you repeat the count?
Yes. 9 yeas and 8 nays.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, let's no, it's regular calendar. I had mentioned House Bill 532, and thanks to Gen 4, we now have copies, which I will pass out, copies of an amendment.
Who's the amendment?
What's number 5?
The amendment is 0480H.
Mr. Chair, we would like to caucus for a few minutes to look at this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Appreciate the fact that it's a whole bunch of it.
That's Jen. Okay, thank you, Jen.
This goes this way.
Yeah. Yeah, so do you want to go into the office? Okay. You can stay. I don't think our side is going to caucus in here.
We'll take a walk.
All right, we're all set to go? Okay, we'll go back into, did you have to?
We're going to open the executive session on HB 532 relative to alternative dispute resolution and individualized education plan team meeting facilitation. And I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 532.
Is there a second? Representative Nato seconds. Any comments from the maker of the motion?
Yes, I would like to offer an amendment if I might.
Sure.
I
No,
I would like
sorry,
to-
no.
I would like to move ought to pass on amendment 0480H, and I believe everyone should have a copy at this point.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Oh, Representative Freeman seconds the motion. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. I think that this amendment language clarifies some of the discussion that came up during the hearing, in that IEP facilitation has different parameters than neutral conference and mediation. So in Roman 2, you'll see the paragraphs that apply only to neutral conference and mediation, not IEP facilitations, to clarify the differentiation between those three dispute resolution methods.
Any comments from the second?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Representative Balboni.
Yes, I have a question for Chairman Cordelli, actually two. First is, who did you work with in developing this language? And the second question, just curious why you removed on page 2 of the amendment, line 11 and 12, and you actually moved it to just on the first page, lines 13 and 14. It's about the adoption of rules. Is there any particular reason it was done that way? And also, like I said, who was responsible for determining this language to better clarify?
Right. There were a number of people who were here at the hearing who worked on this, as well as the special ed advocate was involved in this as well.
And one other question, and I assume this is in response to the audit, that this language needs to be clarified, correct?
Yes, this was brought up during the audit as well, the due process special ed audit of last year.
Any other? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, Representative Cordelli. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. When it talks about the following subparagraphs in plural, Glenn, is that including B? Right after in the bottom, line 30, or is that not including B? I'm reading it as including B, but I thought you may have meant only A, but I could be wrong. My wife tells me that all the time.
No, I believe A, B, C, D apply to
And B?
Roman 2.
Alternative dispute does.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion?
Just again, a clarification of why that particular sentence was moved about the rules into 1B rather than where it was on, at the end of the section on page 2, line 11 and 12.
I believe it was just to make clear that the rules would be in relation to all three methods of dispute resolution. Whether that move was required, it probably was not required, but that's what they developed with the amendment in their discussions.
Yeah, so the clarification was just to make sure that the rules apply to all three methods?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My question for the chair as well is, do you envision that all of the rulemaking authority granted would be the same for neutral conference and mediation as it would be for IEP, since they're technically separate from one another?
Right, I believe that the rules would not apply en masse to all three, but there would be rules specific to each of the three.
I see. Okay, so you're envisioning that rulemaking would be granted individually to each of those.
Correct, yes.
I think I do. Any other discussion? Okay, we have an OTP motion on Amendment 0480H, and I recognize the clerk.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nadeau.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes,
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
So we're back to the main bill. Would you like to put another motion in?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to move ought to pass with amendment 0480H.
Is there a second? Representative Morse, seconds. Any discussion?
Nothing further?
Okay, we have a OTP motion on HB 532, and I recognize the clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, OTPA. Yes, thank you.
Chairman Noble.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nadeau.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
yes,
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays. Consent?
Yes. Consensus fine with everybody? Yeah. One additional bill that we discussed with the ranking member was House Bill 564. If we could turn to that bill.
This one?
Yep. Oh, you want to do it? Move to retain, or do you want to move to retain?
No, you can do
Yeah.
We're going to open the executive session on HB 564 relative to the adoption of school administrative unit budgets. And I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to move that we retain House Bill 564.
Is there a second? Representative Morse seconds. Discussion from the maker of the motion.
Thank you. We had this bill last term as well, and we moved, I believe it was either retain or interim study on it. We ended up not doing anything with that. But I think that during the hearing that we had a week ago on this bill, I think there was still confusion related to some of the provisions, especially in relation to single district SAUs versus multi-district SAUs, and how that would apply in each case to separating out the SAU budget from the district budget. I think since this is the second time around in 2 years with this budget, I think maybe we could take a look at this during the fall. There's no rush on this. We just would report out on it in November, and it would be taken up on the House floor then in January, I believe. But I think at least, let's take another look since this is the second time around on it, and see if we can get some clarification and come to agreement on how this might work in both instances.
Any discussion from the second? Any other discussion? Okay. We have a retained motion on HB 564, and I recognize the clerk.
Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar.
Yes.
Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
Representative Kluger.
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes,
17 yeas, 0 nays.
thank you.
Is that a consent?
It doesn't have to, we don't have to.
It doesn't go anywhere. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, right. This stays with the committee, so it doesn't go to the floor or anything. So we are now good with 564.
You write it on here, correct?
Yes, right. You can write it on there that it's retained. Yeah. Right. So let's take a look at, I think there's 2 or 3 more bills that we want to try and address this morning. Let's take a look next at House Bill 676. Yep.
This is not on the schedule, right? So hang on. Another motion. Have you been doing more of these? Should I take a few out of these?
Yeah, we might do one more.
Okay, so this is 676.
Right.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. Do you have the titles? Out of order.
Yes, House Bill 676 is relative to the composition and responsibility of the Parent and Education Service Provider Advisory Commission and establishing education freedom account impact and parental satisfaction surveys.
Open the executive session on HB 676, and I recognize Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to move ought to pass on House Bill 676.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Freeman seconds. Discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. This legislation really goes into 2 areas. The first part of the bill, Roman 1 and, sections 1 and 2 on the first page relate to the EFA, Education Service Provider Advisory Commission, which is currently in statute. Last year, I believe it was during an EFA oversight committee meeting, this commission came under discussion because it turned out that, well, in current statute, if anyone wants to look at it, it's 194 F5 Roman 2, indicates that the meetings of this commission are not mandated. They are subject to the call of the director of the Children's Scholarship Fund, who is the administrator for the program. And at that point, they did not have any meetings because it was not considered that they were needed. There was also discussion about the makeup of the committee and the membership involved. So I put this bill in wanting to address those concerns that had come up during the Oversight Committee meeting. So the first part of it, Roman 2, clarifies some things about the membership of the committee, and includes that the number of committee members that would constitute a quorum, because that had not been in statute previously. The second part of that in Roman 3 requires that this commission be convened on a quarterly basis and more often if necessary, and that the commission had two responsibilities, and that's in 3A and B. First was to review any appeals that education service providers who were denied admittance or were removed from the program. This commission would hear appeals of those service providers, and to look at the program application process and also the approval process for account expenses and the approval of education service providers. Those three things. So that was in relation to the Service Provider Advisory Commission. The second part, which is starts on line 24 on the first page, section 3, adds 2 surveys that would be required. And these are identical, pretty much, except in title, to surveys that have been required for the past decade or so with the tax credit scholarship program, which was initiated 12 years ago. And much of that information is available online in relation to those surveys. And the first survey would be a parental satisfaction survey. Many programs of choice around the nation do surveys like this annually in terms of parental satisfaction. And that is on Roman 1 on the second page. Part of that survey would be whether the parent is satisfied with their new education option, and also if they have seen academic improvement in their child. The second survey would be in relation to families who are actually moving out of a public school into the Education Freedom Account program, and basically asking for their reason for doing that, and if they are paying additional expenses over and above the Education Freedom Account for their new service, education service options. So those are the two surveys and the change to the commission that that are in this bill.
Any comment from the second?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think this bill addresses a lot of issues and questions people have had about the EFA accounts. And given the popularity of the program, I think that any information that may assist strengthening public schools would be met with an immense amount of enthusiasm. This survey is not to point fingers at anyone, but to find out where the gaps or the holes may be, and provide that information along the line. So the public schools may want to address what they've seen on this, and an extra layer of protection around programs that receive EFA money that may not live up to the standard that we all need. So I'm strongly in favor of this bill, and I hope that all of my colleagues will support us in this. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I personally will be voting no on this. The survey, when it says that it's an impact survey, I don't think it's gonna have any impact. And all you people that have EFAs right now are gonna answer yes. I don't think I could give you the result before anyone even takes the survey. So I don't think the questions are, they're not gonna give us what we want. And if it's I don't think it's gonna show us gaps, holes, and I don't think it's going to do anything. Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you. First of all, this committee that's going to conduct the survey, these members are handpicked by the director of the scholarship program, and they only represent 4 counties. So there's no real oversight in this committee per se, because there's no diverse membership, which another committee that might be really looking at the impact would include maybe legislatures, members of the public, educators, as well as people involved in the EFA program. And to Representative Hall's point, it only measures parental satisfaction, and these questions are very leading and subjective, and it provides no objective actual achievement data on the students. So I don't think this is going to give you any good information at all.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Cordell, just a clarification, if I may. I'm on line 9 and 10 of page 2, and I'm looking at the first question. If I understand what you'd said, that this is supposed to be the education freedom account, parent satisfaction. I'm looking at line A, and it talks about the education tax credit program.
Yes, that is an error that was supposed to be changed from as I said, this was taken out of the tax credit scholarship program, and that was to have been changed.
Okay, but as it is, I'm sorry.
Right.
As it is, it isn't. Okay. And may I follow, Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to follow up, it's a question, another clarification question, but I will follow up. Representative Cordell, is there any more questions in the survey beyond these 3?
As indicated in 9, it shall include these, but I think it doesn't restrict it to just those 3 questions.
May I, so do we know what the other ones are?
The survey could well be expanded beyond those 3 questions, and I'm trying to remember if the tax credit scholarship program questions are expanded or not, but I cannot remember that for sure.
And finally, Madam Chair, if I may, just a concluding comment. I would agree with Representative Hall and Balboni. This makes Rosenthal look happy. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You get the answer before you even send the survey out. There's no chance that I have a right answer. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. One point of concern that I also have, in addition to my other colleagues, is with regard to the fact that sections 1 and 2 seem to indicate that maybe the parent isn't being asked questions A, B, and C, and then it's broken out and it says the survey shall include the following question to the parent or legal guardian. So I'm also concerned and confused. It seems like all of these questions would go to the entity who holds or has some agency over the My Class Wallet program. So I'm confused as to why, in addition to them being leading questions, that I think why it is broken out the way it is.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yes, Section 1 in relation to the advisory commission is totally separate from the survey. The surveys would not be aimed at members of the advisory commission.
I guess,
Representative Murray?
with all due respect, so the top 3 questions wouldn't be to a. It seems like the top 3 questions, A, B, and C, would be to a parent. And then question 2, the survey itself shall include the following question to the parent or legal guardian as well. So are there 2 different sets of surveys within the, I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Right. I believe in the tax credit scholarship program, they are independent surveys.
I see. But, and you said this was a Scrivener's error with regard to the education tax credit program that was supposed to say something else.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yes. It wasn't changed in the draft, but I would submit a floor amendment to make that correction.
Any other, Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard a comment about how all of the questions were misleading and they really wouldn't address anything that the parents wanted to do. And I wanted to point out on page 1, starting at line 26, the Education Freedom Account Impact Survey shall be a document developed by the Department of Education and given to the parents whose students who have exited a public school under the provisions of this chapter. The survey shall solicit the reasons for seeking the Education Freedom Account and any suggested improvements desired in the public school they are leaving. So I do believe that this bill passed with that, with that survey would be a mechanism for public schools to see if there's any holes or gaps that they may be able to fix. Thank you.
Representative Wilcox?
If I may respond to the representative from Winthrop, identifying what she just spoke about, there's only 15% of the people that ever left public school. 85% of the people who are involved in this account never attended a public school. So how are you going to find out that small 15% that left? And
Representative,
May I
any
finish?
information
No,
is good.
that's
I'm sorry.
thank you. And the ones that have already come back, which is a small number, but out of the ones that 85% never went there. So this is a really small survey for a really limited piece of the answers you're going to receive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I respond?
Freeman?
Thank you. And thank you, Representative, for the comment. And while I agree 15% is not a huge number, any information is good information.
Representative Murray?
So
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just to the member's point about misleading, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. There was no assertion that it was misleading. We were saying the questions were leading, which I think is a different set of circumstances. Leading questions mean that they would arrive at the same answer, an expected answer, not there was no comment to say that we were misleading anything.
Just one other question. I just said, and if you truly wanted to get a survey, I would also include questions given to the parents of students who were in the EFA program and then left and went back to public school. That might give you some other very pertinent information.
Any other discussion? Representative Dry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't think we're limited in what questions we can ask, and I don't think they need to be stipulated by statute, which are in there, but that was a good suggestion. That.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. I just have in my notes that there was going to be an amendment passed, so I'd been brought forward, so I was questioning based on clarifying accountability and other things. But if the chairman is going to be bringing a floor amendment to address what are technical errors, perhaps it might also expand the scope of the survey in some way to include those who are never going to attend public schools under any circumstance anyway.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question just for anyone. So why does a survey have to be in law to conduct a survey?
It does not. I had actually talked to the Children's Scholarship Fund about doing a parental satisfaction survey, but they had not as of the time that I filed this. So I wanted to make sure that it got done and it wasn't left a voluntary choice. I wanted to move it forward and make sure that it happened. So I included that in the legislation because I was already going to submit the legislation about the advisory committee.
Representative Woodcock.
Last one. I'd like to follow up on Representative Seeger's comment. I think it was, now I want to go back to my fellow representative there from the South Shore. I think what is really important is if we're really trying to find information, I think she has an excellent point, which is let's survey all of the people in the EFA. I would really like to know why the 85% of those folks that took the EFA never attended public school. If we're really trying to figure out what's wrong with public school, and we have 85% of these people never stepped in the door, I'd like to find out why. That would give us some credibility information. If it's just because they want to go a higher academic place, and that's fine. But there must be other reasons for people who aren't in that same category. That's what I'd like to know. If we really are intent on trying to use this to improve public education for the K-12 we have there, let's include everyone. I can support that. I can't support this piece. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the previous comment, I believe by Representative Hall, we do have other surveys in law. To put a survey in law isn't a novel concept, such as the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, YRBS, that we talk about quite frequently.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The other portion of this that I'm wondering about is there is no opportunity with regard to the sort of missing set of demographics that we were just talking about with Representative Selig. I don't see there being any opportunity for anything other than like a few sort of pre-scripted agree, strongly disagree. There's no sort of like short answer area that it seems to be, again, like a very limited way to be able to respond to the questions.
Any other discussion? Representative Hall.
Thank you. Just like a comment in reference to the survey. The survey itself is not in law, right? The reference to the survey, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, just reference to it, but the actual survey is not into law, correct?
And my understanding of the bill in front of us is this survey is not in law. It says other questions could be added, and those questions aren't in law either, similar to that survey.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a OTP motion on HB 676, and I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
Absolutely not.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Selig,
No.
Representative Kluger,
No.
Representative Snodgrass,
No.
and Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
9 yeas, 8 nays.
Chairman Cordelli, could I request, I've just been called to testify next door. Would it be possible for us to take 2 minutes for me to go give my testimony
Yes.
quickly?
While Representative Selleck's gone, maybe we can all take a look and read the side-by-side that we just got for House Bill 440 and 362. Did everyone get copies of those? So we have a little bit of time to take a look at that.
Guess I don't need this for the clerk thing. You can pass that down. Yeah.
Hang on.
Like, I have an abundance of paper here.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock, North Shore. I'm not from the South Shore.
We'll just take a brief break while the representative's testifying and then come back to executive session. I think we're all back. No, not all quite.
Wait for Robert when he turns out. Here he is.
Okay. We have a side by side comparing House Bill 440 with 362, which we talked about taking up this morning. There looks to be a slight difference in 362, which adds a departmental waiver to the language, which is not in 440. 440 we did pass the other day. And correct me if I'm wrong, when we were talking about 440, did someone say, and I don't have my note, but Mr. Baer from the Department of Education, from the department had supported House Bill 440.
He said 440 aligned with the rules.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's okay.
I contacted Jeff Beard, who heads the
Oh, Jeff
department.
Beard, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
Jeff Beard from CTE, and he said that 440 aligned with the rules, and so he just did. I don't think he preferred, but he just said that one aligned best with the rules.
Yeah, Representative Hall?
Yeah, just, so this side by side, actually, yesterday we amended it to have initial, added that word initial to this on the left-hand side, 440, just letting you know that the word initial is there.
Oh, right, yes. Right. Further comments? I'll just mention that I had been in contact with Mr. Appleby from the department in relation to 362, and he was comfortable with the language in 362. So I have messaged him that maybe he can talk with Mr. Beard and come to an agreement as to whether the departmental waiver mentioned in 362 should be part of whatever we pass. So maybe we can hold off on 362 until we get departmental agreement on the language. Representative Murray?
I did have a question on 362.
Sure. Well, no, might as well go ahead.
So one question that I did have was there were two small sections on 362 which talk about the school board submitting a waiver and then the department then having the authority to submit a waiver, and I wondered which entity could respond first, or could that be put in, could the local school board deny a waiver and then the department accept a waiver, and then vice versa? Could it be put in conflict with one another accidentally by any chance?
Okay, yeah.
So we're gonna take no action.
And maybe I'm interpreting it incorrect. It just seems like there's two different ways that a waiver can be brought forward, I guess, is what I was trying to say.
Right. Okay, why don't we hold off on this then? Further comment?
Yeah, thanks, Representative Cordell. Glenn, if we go with the 362 piece, so then is an initial going to be put in there? We talked about the word initial yesterday for 440. If we go with the overlapping 362, could we be sure the initial is in there?
Right.
Be on the first line, Glenn,
Right,
after
yep.
C. It'd be an initial, and
Okay,
is the question, you may know this, because I don't, if I may follow up.
right.
Can't the department already do that? For any allow a waiver for anything they want?
Allowing for waivers,
Yeah, I thought the commissioner could.
probably in rules, but if it's in rules, it should have a statutory reference. So it,
I mean, if they can, then we don't need the end part, that's all.
right, yeah,
Okay.
we'll
Check
raise
that.
that with the department.
Okay, thank you.
Just a procedural question. If we already passed the first one,
Right.
what would happen next if we
Right.
chose this one, if we decided this one was better?
It's if they're conflicting, I know when it applies to statutes, if there are conflicting statutes, it's the one that passed last that is referred to. Right. So I'm not, I would assume that the same would hold to bills. Jen, do you have any?
It would be whatever is enacted last.
Right.
Just because in this order would necessarily mean that even if the Senate,
That's true, right.
it would go through the governor in the same order.
Right.
That the speaker could just put in, when he got on the floor, he could just kill one on the floor?
Right, or, right, we could, if some of the language of 362 is preferred to 440, what we could also do is, we've already passed 440, we could go to the Senate and ask them to amend the bill in this, amend House Bill 440 in the Senate to include requested language from the department. That would be another option.
Could it be an option, I'm sorry. Let
Jen.
Jen go again.
I don't overstuff it anyway,
No,
but I don't believe we reported 440 out of committee yet.
oh, okay. Right, okay, right, that, we just did that, was it yesterday? Okay, yes,
So if you want to send out just one piece of this.
right.
Could you, Representative Cordell, could you repeat what you said?
So-
Thank you.
So, 440 hasn't been sent over.
From here, okay.
Right, so it's still our bill, so we can
Do
do
that.
whatever we want
Okay.
with 440.
Perfect, thank you.
Still, yes. Representative Murray?
And then additionally, if both were to somehow leave this committee and enter the floor, there is always a possibility that one or the other could come back to this committee, correct? And be sent back to the committee,
Re-referred?
essentially.
Yes. Or you can kill one on the floor. Yes, right. Yeah, we have a bunch of options. Yes, Representative Selleck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just procedurally, in my previous committee, we had, and Representative Tenzar may remember this, we had a similar situation where we had a few different bills that were fairly similar in our first year, which we retained a couple of them so that should one have difficulty making it through the full process, we had it to amend and adapt so that we could submit it during the second year. So I just
Right.
wanted to offer that that was also a possibility.
That's a good point. Yes, we've done that in education in a number of instances. Yes.
I think the CTE centers are anxious for something like this to happen because they're having a hard time. Oh, okay, okay.
Right.
They're
Yeah,
looking forward to
right,
this.
yeah. So we will hold on to maybe 440 in our position if we can, possession, until we get clarification from the department.
So long as we don't release the report,
Yep,
you are able to reconsider.
right.
Representative Morse.
Representative Morse, thank you.
So similar to what you mentioned about kind of retaining it in case one fails, the other one can kind of pass. My other question would be about kind of consolidating them together and doing like a floor amendment that has everything combined.
Right. Or since we have 440 still in our possession, we can just amend 440, or after a reconsideration of that. Right. So yeah, we would only need one of them. So yeah, as soon as I get clarification from the department, we can move forward in one of these directions.
Follow up?
Yes.
So I guess that begs the question of combining them and then holding the other one as a retain just in case.
We can do that, yes. Beg pardon? Not yet. Let's wait and see what the department has to say. You know, they could say, you know, just go with 440 and it's okay, and then, you know, we'll be set. Okay. So we'll hold on that until we get clarification. I wanted to bring up one additional bill today, which is House Bill 384 on bullying. We had a work session yesterday on the three bullying bills. And this is an early bill, 384. I think that there were comments during the work session with several concerns people had with this bill in relation to the referrals for chins, also the required conflict resolution provisions in it was felt not to be appropriate, maybe in some cases, especially in elementary grades. I think that as we move forward with the two non-early bullying bills, if there are ideas from this, they could be incorporated into whatever bullying bill we move forward with. My recommendation is that we do not move forward with 384, and I would be willing to make a motion, but I'd like to hear some discussion before any more motion is put forward on this bill. Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what you said. I think the Chins petition and the conflict resolution and also the bullying officer was a big question of who that was going to be, what training they were going to have, how that was going to help. So I just, there were good parts to it, but I think on the whole, I would agree with you that this bill, parts of it could be incorporated into the other two that I think we're trying to combine.
Representative Morse?
I can agree with that as well. Also, this bill goes above its own authority on lines 15 through 25, requiring parental classes for the parents of those accused. And I think that's kind of government overreach, and we can't really mandate things like that.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we actually entertain a motion? Seeing none, do you want to take the gavel?
Just make the motion.
Okay, great. Right. Okay, I recognize Vice Chairman Noble for a motion on House Bill 384 prohibiting bullying in schools.
I move ITL.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Morse. Would the maker of the motion like to discuss her ITL motion?
I think everybody else already discussed it, so we're good.
Rosa Morse? No. Good. Any further
Ditto.
comments from the committee? Everyone wants a few minutes extra for lunch, I guess. So the motion is ITL. Seeing no further discussion, I call on the clerk when she is ready.
Vice Chairman Noble,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative Freeman,
Yes.
Representative Litchfield,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Morse,
Yes.
Representative Nato,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Kluger,
Yes.
Representative Snodgrass,
Yes.
Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
Is consent okay with everybody? Great. I think that wraps up the bills that we wanted to exec today. Since we are getting through our executive sessions in good order, I will keep that in mind when scheduling future exec sessions in March. So thank you very much. Anything else before we break for lunch? Beg your pardon? 390? No, we did not. Great. Thank you, everybody, and we're back at 1 for several hearings this afternoon. Do we have any people wishing to testify on 653? Maybe we can get, yeah. Thank you very much. We have four bills for this afternoon. And I just wanted to mention one other thing. I got an email based on a hearing yesterday from Rebecca Fredette at the department in relation to comments about behavior discipline problems. While I have no data to support or contradict this information, I would say from my experience, for some of our children, yes, they do have some of the more difficult behaviors that can result in disciplinary removals. Speaking of kids with disabilities. Many times these behaviors are due to their disabilities, and working with them to diminish the behaviors is part of their IEP. I would not necessarily classify them as discipline problems, as they do not always have the ability to regulate these behaviors due to their disability. So I just wanted to pass that on. And we will open our initial hearing of the afternoon, which is House Bill 653, establishing a pilot program within the Department of Education to implement alternatives to restraint and seclusion of students. And we welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Petrino.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Peter Petrino from the town of Milford. And the legislation before you originated as a result of an interim study, which I chaired this past summer in response to House Bill 1269, which came before the Children and Family Law Committee last year. And that bill called for visual and auditory recordings in each use of restraint and seclusion if included in the student's IEP. Now, a number of parents testified in support of the bill, some sharing disturbing photos of their children with bruise marks and other injuries and alleging abuse and neglect on the part of the school staff. Now, since students with IEPs are mainstreamed, the committee felt that the bill would require security cameras in every classroom throughout the state. And even at one point during the interim study, it was suggested that teachers wear body cameras like the police. So the majority felt that these measures were impractical and, to say the least, extremely costly. But the testimony given by the parents was heartfelt. And I personally believe that it would be very inappropriate for us to simply ITL the bill without giving any due concern for the parents who testified. So what we did was we formed an interim study. And what we discovered was that there are alternative methods that appear promising in reducing the need for restraint and seclusion. We looked into the approach developed by Dr. Ross Green, the director of Lives into Balance. We heard testimony from Toby Iselin, who's the co-director of the Waddico School in Hillsborough, who reported positive results from their alternative approaches. And we also examined the reforms made by the state of Maine in this regard, which has acknowledged that current methods are not effective in altering students' behavior, but instead can be traumatizing and cause lasting negative effects. Now, Maine acknowledges that restraint and seclusion should only be used in emergency situations when a child's behavior creates an unsafe condition, but that alternative methods need to be employed to reduce such instances. So if you look at the Maine Department of Education's website, they say, "We do know that there are best practice, proactive crisis prevention methodologies that can be implemented." So the result of our work is this legislation. which we are calling the Safe Schools Pilot Project within the Department of Education. Its purpose is exploratory, not for us to implement any one program, but to pilot approved trauma-based informed practices in schools which wish to participate. The full details of implementation are given within the bill. So lastly, I would just like to thank Senator McGue for filing his initial bill last year. He had good intentions, and I would also like to thank the Office of the Child Advocate for their assistance in helping us throughout the interim study and for helping us draft this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Petrino, for taking my question. Within the definition of the word seclusion, I understand when we're talking about alternatives to restraint. Would seclusion be purely defined in a disciplinary setting, or if a child, for example, is overstimulated and needs to self-relocate or do something else, would that qualify as seclusion?
Seclusion means exactly what it means. It is removing the child from the situation and putting them in some type of isolation. And on a personal note, I can tell you that I experienced it when I was in kindergarten. All right, when I was doing something that my teachers felt were just inappropriate. And to be honest with you, I thought I was a pretty good kid. All right, and there were times when they would put me in the closet and close the door, and I was wondering, like, why? But apparently whatever I was doing wasn't pleasing to them. So yeah, seclusion means literally removing somebody and putting them in isolation.
Follow-up, yes.
My question is whether or not, if this definition, I understand what you're saying with regard to a punitive sort of removal. I'm talking about if a child is removing themselves out of an environment where they're overstimulated, would that be considered
Oh, I see.
seclusion?
If it's self-imposed. If it's self-imposed, you're asking? I don't believe so. Thank you.
Further questions of the sponsor? I just have one on Roman 1B. It talks about the purposes of the pilot. So the programs that are to be used in the restraint and seclusion pilot are defined in lines 9 through 11. Is that correct? Where it talks about evidence-based programs provided by a national clearinghouse, and it gave an example. So programs from that clearinghouse are to be used by these pilot schools for the pilot study?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Representative Selleck.
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. And again, congratulations on having one of your former students give you a shout out last week during testimony. But
Thank you.
in on page 1, line 15 and 16, it says evidence-based alternatives to restraint and seclusion shall not include programs that use restraint or seclusion. That makes sense. But crisis prevention training, which I sort of understand, but de-escalation training or behavior management training. I'm curious why we wouldn't use something that involves de-escalation training.
Right.
And so I'm just trying to get clarification on that portion of the bill.
Exactly. What we're looking at are alternatives to what is currently being used, because we're acknowledging that current practices aren't working. And so we do want to look at alternatives. And that is why you have a study program, to basically look to implement ways other than what we are currently using. So we are currently using de-escalation, but we're acknowledging that it's not always working. So we're looking for other ways to make things better.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. I'm looking at page 1, line 24, and it mentions 2 schools with the highest per capita incidence of restraints and seclusion. Is that a highest group of per capita? Or I guess my question is, how could there be 2 schools that are the highest? Wouldn't there only be 1 school that's the definitive highest?
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, I think the intent is to look at schools that have the highest percentage of these instances reported, and to have at least 2 of them.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm just curious. I'm curious about the piece around this being an alternative to restraint and seclusion, and not being able to use it alongside crisis prevention, de-escalation, or behavior management. I think, and maybe you can answer this for me, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to use this as well as those other modalities in order to address a reduction in restraints?
Yes, and again, current methods that we are using don't seem to be effective. I hear exactly what you're saying, but what we're looking at is to look at alternatives to what currently is being used. And we can look to the state of Maine that has basically outlawed restraint and seclusion, and has acknowledged that it should only be used in instances when there's issues of safety that are concerned. And so Maine is looking at these alternative methods, which is what we would like to explore. We want to see if they are being successful, and if we can implement a pilot program and see if it's something that we in New Hampshire should incorporate. So basically, to have everything at our disposal to reduce those situations. When we heard testimony from those parents and we saw photographs of children who were bruised and injured, like I said, we got to find a better way. So as we're looking for a better way, we came upon alternatives that seem to be working. But we don't know for sure if they are working until we have a pilot program and test them out. We can look to Maine and take a look at some of the data there. It is promising.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr.
Yes, you
Chair?
may.
Thank you, and thank you for that. I will tell you what my concern with this is, and then I will ask you a question. My now adult son is on the spectrum, and when he was in the 2nd grade, he had a lot of behavior issues, and he was a big kid, and physically he would lash out occasionally. Now, if we hadn't used any of these techniques that are currently available, I don't think we would have been able to address his meltdowns and with de-escalation. So my concern would be taking these programs out strictly for one program. And I do hear what you're saying about a pilot program. Do you have any numbers from Maine, any percentages, any cases that would make me feel more comfortable about implementing just this and no other of these modalities?
Sure. Well, the state of Maine on their Department of Education website details what they're doing there. So that's one place that you can look. As far as data, I don't know specifically what they are reporting in that regard. But I do hear what you're saying. My wife, who was a 1st grade teacher for many years, is 5 foot tall, and she has told me that some of her 1st graders were as tall, if not bigger than her. Okay, and so I've heard this same situation at home. But again, those types of modalities need to be used in situations where things escalate to the point where they become dangerous. So they're not being excluded. Even in the state of Maine, they acknowledge that, yes, there are times when these methods need to be used, but we want to minimize it and look for something different that maybe can prevent it from happening in the first place.
Thank you.
Representative Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question as to what some of these alternatives might look like.
Well, again, that's a very good question, and I believe that there are a few that I alluded to in my presentation, and you can again look at the Department of Education's website in Maine, and you can spell it all out in detail.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. This is just a technical question about the composition of the bill itself. On page 2, I see Roman 3, A, B, C, E, but not D. And I'm just wondering if I'm missing D somewhere or if it's been misplaced somewhere. And I'm just trying to make sure.
Roman numeral 2, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, C. Then down to D, then we begin Roman numeral 3.
I don't, where do you see D? I don't have D on mine.
That's right. It jumps to line E on line 23 on page 2.
But I have C and then I have E. I don't
Right.
have D. That's,
Right, I think,
are we missing, is it me or are we missing D?
It could be a
yeah,
typo.
yeah,
Oh, I just,
probably a typo in OLS.
okay. I just want to make sure I hadn't,
No, you didn't miss anything,
okay. Okay, thank you.
or unless we both did. Any further comments?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
We have
one
another
more.
question. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It did say that we were still awaiting a fiscal note. Did you have an updated fiscal note, or is that in the file somewhere that?
$1.5 million for scrap.
Okay, somehow my copy didn't have the fiscal note on the back.
Okay,
Thank you.
right, there is a fiscal note that was revised on January 24th, looks like. Senator McGue. Welcome to the Education Policy Committee, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you all. This topic has come back to a different committee, so I'll just give a little bit of background. I don't have a lot of prepared testimony, and I just indicated 1 minute, but I might take a little bit longer given some of the questions that came up. My name is Senator Tim McHugh. I represent District 11, which are the towns of Merrimack, Milford, Amherst, and Wilton. And this bill came from a group of constituents in Merrimack that brought the legislators together and told us shockingly that hundreds, if not thousands, of students are restrained in our schools using padded rooms and other means every year, every reporting period. And this was a foreign topic to me. I couldn't imagine a school with a padded room. I imagine many of you are my age or similar also might have been a little bit shocked to know that almost every school has a restraint or seclusion room. It was pretty shocking, actually, to hear the numbers. 1,400, 1,500 in a reporting period, and some of the schools were hundreds a year. And then we dived into the details to understand why and what types of students and what types of incidents were involved. And the original request was to audio and video record these practices so we could better understand why and safety. And as you could imagine, that unleashed a whole Pandora's box of discussion, privacy concerns for teachers and students and all kinds of things. And that led to the bill being heavily discussed over the summer. I think it was retained and re-referred, and some great work done by the sponsors who graciously brought it back this session in this form. So I guess the bottom line for me is there are too many students being restrained forcefully in general. So whatever we can do and whatever this committee can do, and I'll help when it makes it to the other body, whatever we can do to reduce that number is a good thing. And I don't know that this particular language is exactly correct. We've had some great questions. Thank you for those already about, what is the evidence that we're basing these practices on? What are the current practices? What will a pilot mean? What are the two highest? I think it means, the top two on the list, right? And I can probably tell you, and there's some folks behind me who will give you the exact numbers. I have some in my head, but I'm sure they've changed. The numbers have been updated annually. So of the list of the 10 schools with the most incidents of documented restraint and seclusion, we'll take the top two. I think that's the intent, right? And, the top two on that list. That's what they mean by the two highest. What are some of the alternate means, and why would we, in line 15, I might just need my glasses here. In line 15, why would we want to exclude methods that we're already doing? Well, why would we fund a pilot to do the same things? And also, but I'll get to the funding in a second. Why would we want to try something that we're already doing? So this pilot doesn't intend to examine those same practices where we already have some data. So we want to try some new things like positive behavioral support, timeouts, teaching replacement skills. Those are some of the things where there are evidence from other states and other teaching. And I don't necessarily think that the California-based evidence clearinghouse for child welfare is necessarily where we want to look. It just happens to be one that's being currently used, and there's a body of work on it. So the pilot and the legislature should look at all alternatives, and perhaps this committee may choose either in subcommittee or committee of the whole to revise or clean up that language and make it either more specific or perhaps a little more broad, to give the educational institutions a bit of freedom to use a variety of evidence-based programs. So for me, as a clinical researcher, peer-reviewed, published data in high-level journals is the standard that I tend to apply. I mean, randomized controlled trials are great. I'm not sure that applies in the educational world. So anyhow, so that's where I am. Fewer incidents of restraint, fewer incidents of seclusion are better, in my opinion. De-escalation is always good. I think our teachers are trained to do that. Happy to answer questions, and there are experts behind me that can answer, I think, in detail on the specific practice itself. I know there are some experts on the committee on that, but I'm happy to answer questions. Hopefully that a little bit of color on how we got to this point and why this bill is back in a very different form.
Thank you very much. Questions for the senator? Representative Selly?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. You made reference at the beginning of your testimony. You might have comments about the fiscal note, and I just wondered if you might follow up on that.
I did, and I didn't. Thank you. I did notice there was no appropriation attached, which I suppose is convenient in a budget year. And I don't think we know exactly what it'll cost. I suppose there'll be some cost. I'm not sure I agree with the indeterminate cost or the need to hire a new person to administer this program. I think it's naturally the tendency of the department to say, yes, we need another body and see what happens. I can tell you, well, in this senator's opinion, it's highly unlikely that they would get one. Who can say, really, until we get to the passage of the trailer bill, of House Bill 2. And that's a long way from today. So do I think it will need some funding? Yes. Do I think it's worth it? Absolutely. Yeah, I do. Where it's going to land, the House will have to let the Senate know, and then we'll go from there. I think we're a long way from there. But for me, and from what I've heard from the constituents that requested this a couple of years ago, it seems to be a worthwhile expenditure in some fashion. And I think a pilot, I mean, it's kind of akin to a sunset, right? It's one of the tools we use in our legislative toolbox to find a way to fixing the problem. That's how I look at it.
Thank you. Representative Morse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So line 15, where it says shall not include programs that use restraint or seclusion, would you still support the bill if it was changed from shall not to maybe in a last resort scenario? So that way the pilot program can still be a trial and error period, but they can still revert as a worst case scenario in extreme circumstances?
Well, sure. I think the point of that is let's look for programs that do things differently than what we currently do. So sure, I'd still support it. The point is doing the same thing that we already do is going to produce the same result. So, why bother? Like, why go to the effort of a pilot program that uses programs that are doing what we already do. We're not going to get any new data. So I think that's the intent of that, and maybe it's inelegantly worded, but I think that's the point. You know, the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and just expecting a different result. So we just don't want to repeat the same thing that we're already doing. So we're looking for programs that do something different, such as, and the answer to the what's the something different are things like, you know, positive behavioral support, timeouts, teaching replacement skills. Those are some of the things that are commonly found in those other programs. And I'm not saying we don't already do some of those things, because in certain cases we do. At least I've been you know, told we do. So, okay.
Further questions, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Line 10, when it's talking about programs, it does say such as the California Evidence-Based Criminals. So it doesn't have to be through them. It's just that's an example, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you're correct in that.
They could look someplace
interpretation,
else.
yes. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With regard to, and maybe this is not a question for you, but with regard to the technical advisory that the Department of Education did put out in 2023, I think September, it does mention restraint and seclusion being referenced in 126U to traditional public charter schools, public academies, and approved non-public schools. This piece of legislation, if I'm interpreting it correctly, is only looking at certain school populations, or is it open to all of those the same? That the list that I just read.
So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the TA, and I think this wouldn't apply to. I think this applies to all schools, but I'll leave it to some of the experts behind me to clarify.
Okay.
But the TA is what it is. It was from the DOE. Yeah.
No, I appreciate that
sorry.
follow-up, if I may. I guess I was just looking at the cohort of individuals that you were saying, and elementary school, and there's a list of types of schools that shall be included in the pilot program. I just wanted to make sure it could be any of those types of school settings.
I don't see why not. Wherever these come from, like the two highest per capita schools with these density populations, I don't think it should be limited to any particular school district.
Thank you.
In my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions?
Just keeping the goal in mind of reduction of this procedure, right?
Right, yes. Thank you very much for
Thanks.
your testimony and for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, members.
Maureen, and I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Tracy, okay. Now I can see it. And
Can you hear me?
yes,
Okay. So I was the one that gathered families together in Merrimack in regards to the original bill with cameras because I'm a former educator. I've taught preschool all the way up to higher ed. And I also am a mom of a daughter who has Prader-Willi syndrome. It's kind of like autism plus food type of a thing. And at 13 days old, they told me that I better learn behavior because someday she would be bigger than me. So I have taken every behavior course there is under the sun. So I have working with kids with emotional behavior disabilities has been what I have done in the past. And I have only had to restrain one child. And that was, we were on a field trip and I thought he was nonverbal and I thought he was going to touch a pizza oven, hot stove on the end. And so I grabbed him and I held him back and it turns out it wasn't even hot on that side. And that was it. And I worked in Manchester school districts. I worked with students 6'8" with emotional behavior disabilities. And I had SRO officers ask me to help de-escalate them. This was a life skill that I needed, right? But yet I was able to learn how to do that. Most kids who are restrained are between the ages of 4 and 10, maybe 12. Most of them, if not all, have disabilities, whether they're documented or not. The families that came to me, and this is why I asked for the cameras, most of them were nonverbal children who were coming home with bruises and nobody knew why. Split lips, bumps on the heads, there's pictures, and that's very scary for a parent. As far as my professional life, I was blessed to work for UNH at the Institute on Disability back in 2006 to about 2014, doing this exact work of PBIS in schools. I've worked in schools all over the state. I was actually even hired as the first PBIS director over in Laconia, where at one of their elementary schools, when I got there, there was over 3,000 referrals to the office. That's elementary school. By the time I left, it was down to 500. And this is all about being proactive, not reactive. What happens is our brains go into fight or flight. Any of us could have a behavior if we were walking down the street and somebody started to come after us and we were feeling threatened. Our body would naturally take over. And that's what happens to a lot of these kids. So it's very, very important to get there and de-escalate. I will say one thing that I learned, which is life-space crisis intervention. That was a very amazing tool that helped keep kids down, reduce kids' behaviors. Typically, a behavior will last for 20 minutes once that automatic process happens. And unfortunately, sometimes us adults end up escalating it because we talk too much, we get too many people around and stuff like that. I did get a call last week from a mom in a town close by that her 7-year-old was out at recess, wouldn't come in from recess. He has autism, came down the slide, the principal yelled at him, he threw snow, he was thrown into the green room. And so this is still happening. I was shocked that it had ever happened. I didn't know that it happened until my daughter went to an out of placement. Then I found out later on that yes, also, a lot of schools here in New Hampshire do have them. I really think it's about being proactive. It's called ABC data, blending programs together like Maine has. Maine also has the collaborative solving problem process, which really works as well. We have PBIS at the state now. One of the hardest things, I think, is doing it with fidelity. And if we're not doing it with fidelity and we're not providing coaching and positive reinforcement to our leaders, our teachers, our administrators, then it's just not going to work. But I really am very thankful for Representative Petrino for bringing this, continuing this moving forward. I would eventually like to see cameras in these rooms where kids are, not in every classroom, but where kids who are nonverbal, because let's admit it, if you think you might get fired because you did something wrong and there's a kiddo there that's nonverbal, what are you going to say? And unfortunately, a lot of times people, well, I know this. So I have a daughter who came to substitute in a school with me when she was between her breaks in college. They put her with the hardest student with no training. She has a sister, so she's had hands-on training and she's excellent at it. But if she hadn't, it would have ended really bad. So, I guess I'm very supportive of anything that will help to reduce restraints and seclusion in schools, especially if it's happening over and over again to a child. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. What is life-space crisis intervention?
Life-based crisis intervention is a de-escalation tool, kind of like CPI, which CPI is a de-escalation tool, but CPI does talk about restraints. This does not. And it has actually 4 different methods on using it. And it's being able to identify way down here, because you can, and way down here before it gets to way up here. Because once you've gone past that, honestly, biological process, you have to let it run its course. Mm-hmm.
If I could ask, this bill prescribes certain programs that are evidence-based by a national clearinghouse, and gave an example, but shall not include programs using crisis prevention training or de-escalation training or behavior management training. Based on your experience, do you have thoughts on those two sections of this bill?
Could you just repeat that last part again?
The last part is evidence-based alternatives shall not include for the pilot program crisis prevention training, de-escalation training, or behavior management training.
I think actually, yeah, because what you could do is look at data and be in ABC data, which is not included in that, and putting in plans in place. I think if it's all about being proactive. If you know, and that's why it's so important to collect the right data. You can, even if a child is nonverbal, you can. Everybody starts to have routines that it keeps us safe when we do the same routines every day. And so if we're able to look at that and instruct, I think Senator McGo had said replacement behavior. That's a huge thing that I see that's not put in. You can't stop one behavior without giving it something else, because a behavior is a form of communication. They're trying to communicate something. You can't stop that without giving something else more appropriate. And that's what we look at.
So am I correct in my understanding of what you're saying is that some forms of de-escalation training and behavior management might be included in the pilot? Or is it just looking at data related to those methods?
I would say it would be beyond just looking at the data, but in the practices. I think the data, the practices, and what's the word I'm looking for? Doing it with fidelity. We'll say, okay, if you do this, then you get this, but then I don't have time for this, so then it doesn't really work. So making sure you have fidelity. I think de-escalation is already there. CPI is already there. I think it's almost in every school, CPI, but it's still not working. So what is it that's missing that's not working?
One more is, you mentioned ABC data. Could you?
Yep.
What is ABC data?
So it's actually setting antecedent behavior and consequence. So a setting event might be a kiddo is on the bus and he just got bullied, say. He gets off the bus and the antecedent is what happens right before a behavior. So the teacher says, take out your homework. That's the antecedent. Well, the child doesn't have the homework. He's already upset about what's going on. And he just wants to get out and he just slams his hand down and says something. That's the behavior. The consequence doesn't necessarily mean a punishment. It's what changed in the environment. So the teacher may say, go down to the office. And that's actually what the kid wanted. He wanted to escape that feeling, right? Because it's a lot about feelings. So feelings trigger behaviors. So that would be ABC data. So you look at that and you're able very clearly, there's actually it's called Swiss data. Some schools have it. It really was pretty inexpensive. I want to say it was like $300 when we used it in Laconia. And you're able to track it. We were able to track in Laconia that the week before Christmas, there was a huge influx of behavioral referrals. So we put in a targeted intervention the week before, and boom, they all went down. So it's like being at a grocery store where, if you buy, I heard once, the father goes and gets beer on a Thursday night and they put the diapers right next door. That's thoughtful to make a behavior happen. And that's kind of really what schools are like. Schools are very reactive. They're not proactive. And sometimes we don't give them enough time to be proactive either.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I just want to be clear, you use the acronym PBIS. Is that Positive Behavior Intervention Systems?
Yes, so there's two PBISs. There's big capital PBIS and there's little PBIS. So big PBIS is Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. It's a systemic way of looking at behaviors throughout a school, teaching behaviors, teaching appropriate behaviors. And we've had it here, I think, since 2002 throughout New Hampshire. The hard part is you get turnover and then it starts to kind of slip away sometimes.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you very much for your
testimony
time. Thank you.
here today. And Cassandra Sanchez and Attorney Massio from the Office of Child Advocate. It's rare for me too.
Good afternoon, Cassandra Sanchez, Child Advocate for the State of New Hampshire.
And Attorney Alyssa Massio. I am the Associate Child Advocate and our Legislative and Policy Director.
And we are here today in support of House Bill 653. As you heard before us, you heard a bit about how we got to this place with this bill before you today. I'm going to briefly share, excuse me, I'm going to briefly share a bit about our office for those who may not be familiar. The Office of the Child Advocate is an independent, impartial state agency. We are mandated with protecting the best interests of New Hampshire's children. We have direct oversight over our executive branch child serving agencies in the state and any entity that is contracted with them for services. Primarily, when we were first developed, our oversight was directly over the Department for Children, Youth, and Families, our child welfare system, and juvenile justice. But we have had expanded jurisdiction since 2020, which expanded us to all executive branch child serving agencies. In our role in the state, we have certain aspects that we are mandated through our statute, such as reviewing restraint and seclusions for children placed in residential facilities. This is not inclusive of schools. I want to make sure that is very clear. And we have other aspects of our statute that relate to calls coming to our office and managing complaints from constituents, and also looking for trends and gaps in our system to be able to help close those gaps and ensure better services to the children across New Hampshire. So what brought us to this bill is, again, our jurisdiction is specifically when it comes to restraint and seclusion over residential facilities and has not been with schools. We have received an influx of calls from parents over the past couple of years with concerns for restraints and seclusions in schools of their children. Since we do not have direct oversight or a way to review those, we do look at the aggregate numbers that are shared through New Hampshire Department of Education, and we talk with schools on a one-on-one basis dependent on the inquiry that's come to our office, and we try to further explore and see how we're doing as a state in reducing the restraint and seclusion in that setting as well. What we have found is over the years, there's not been a drastic dip in restraint and seclusion numbers in our educational settings, and that has been a concern to us. And again, we continue to receive calls from families, so it stays on our radar, although it is not necessarily an aspect of our day-to-day work. It is an important issue that directly impacts the children of New Hampshire. So with that said, we hosted a movie screening with the support of Dr. Ross Green in Lives in the Balance, and the name of that is The Kids We Lose, a very moving film documenting the experiences that children have when they exhibit restraint and seclusions in school, as well as the difficulties that their parents face in trying to understand and support their child when they are not necessarily allowed or welcomed into the school setting. In doing that, we did have an outpouring of support and wanting to do more to address this issue. To this day, we are continuing to get phone calls from families. We got one just this week about a 5-year-old child that has had 22 restraints in one day. 5-year-old kindergartner. It's just heartbreaking. And this is what our children are experiencing in school. So we know we need to do better. We know we need more. We also understand the impact that this has on educators. The educators that we have spoken to, some of them have been the ones that have called into our office, very concerned about a child in their district and wanting to help and do more. They feel like their hands are tied, and they know that they are not doing what's best for the child. They understand that restraints have a negative impact and further traumatize children, but they are using the tools that are within their toolbox right now, and a lot of that relies with that end result of restraint and seclusion. They will attempt to de-escalate, but what we have learned is at that point, it is far too late. In working and partnering with Lives in the Balance and Dr. Ross Green, we've learned quite a bit about the importance of a proactive approach. And what we mean by that is not waiting for the behavior, as we had just heard, right? Those ABCs, not waiting to get to the B to look at addressing the issue. That's where de-escalation comes in. You wait for the behavior to happen first, and then you try to de-escalate the situation. At that point, it's too late. And so we don't want more of the same. We want our educators to have tools that are different than what they already have at their hands. They already receive restraint and seclusion training, which already incorporates de-escalation techniques. We want them to have additional tools on top of that. And what this would mean is it would give them an opportunity to understand their students in a different way, look out for an escalation before it is at the point of escalation, and be able to engage at that point to help reduce what is happening for the child and help stabilize the child in the entire classroom. An example that was given when talking with Dr. Ross Green is an example of a child not wanting to move on to the next subject. And what do we see often in schools? We see there being a power struggle between the teacher and that child, getting them to move on to that next subject. Is there a way that the teacher could come to a compromise with the child? It is difficult. We know that they have a curriculum that they have to stick to, but if they feel they have tools, they can do that with that one child and continue to move on and manage the rest of the classroom in a successful way. That's really what we're looking to do here with this bill, and allowing a pilot program allows us an opportunity to try something to see if it works before expending a lot of state funds on pushing out a new program. There's been a lot of programs that have been offered in the educational realm, and as we heard and as we see on a regular basis, they're not enough. They're not working on their own. And so can we try something, collect some data, and see if it's working before sharing it across all of New Hampshire? Thank you. All right. I had a cough coming, so I was hoping she could take it at that point.
Well, we'd love to answer some of the questions you all were asking, which were really fantastic questions. 126U is the law that covers all this. I know there are some questions about specific definitions. It's been worked on repeatedly. There were new bills in 2023. And again, Senator McHugh brought up another bill last year. So this is a hot topic of conversation. 126U really does contain a lot of great definitions. But again, it's trying to get to that preventative space. So, and I know a lot of the questions have been around the specific language in the bill about what it is to pilot and what it is not. And really, it's not intended to take away any of the current tools. It's to make sure that if, again, the state is paying for a pilot project, that it's in fact a new and different approach. So evidence-based with those examples is just sort of best practice of what is in that preventative space. And then what it is not is really programs that already exist, not intending to take those programs away, but certainly not to spend additional state funds piloting stuff that already exists. So that is why it was worded that way. Ben Jones, who's the policy director at Lives in the Balance, emailed you all testimony. Unfortunately, this is Maine's school vacation week, so he was not available to come. But he did include some data, as both Representative Petrino and Senator McHugh mentioned. Maine has really been on the forefront, but he also included data from Virginia to give you sort of a look at a large school district versus a small school district and how that has rolled out successfully. Some of the questions around the different categories, again, we see in our office calls from all different spaces, from elementary schools. Some of the highest restraints are in some of our elementary schools, to those alternative settings. So the intent was really just to be able to gather data from a wide swath of the population, because this is actually an issue everywhere. But to get a really good data sample, you would need to sort of sample. And again, it is an opt-in program. So, you know, the Department of Education would put out an RFP to find a vendor, and then schools could elect to opt in. And again, last year through Senator McHugh's bill, as well as that interim study, several schools had already shown interest of, yes, we have all these tools, but we know that there's more out there. We would love the opportunity to get this training and try some new things. And there are schools that are trying new things here and there, but not in a really systemic way that's able to collect meaningful data to see what could truly work. So it is intended to be sort of a layered approach and really be able to test out something new here in New Hampshire like's been done in other states. We did include in our testimony a link to that documentary, The Kids We Lose. You can watch it for free on YouTube. It is really compelling. It is pretty intense. And also the Lives in the Balance website, which I believe Attorney Jones included, does have a lot of really interesting data. They've worked with a lot of different states, a lot of different types of school districts. So we really just want to bring some of these options to New Hampshire. You know, the calls we get from educators, it is really stressful for them to have to put hands on kids who are in distress. So really, this is a tool for everybody.
And to add, we did make a note as well in our testimony about the fiscal note. We know the fiscal climate this year and understand and worked really hard. And one of the reasons why we leaned into Lives in the Balance is because they have done this before. And so asking a lot of questions of how they rolled this out and remain fiscally conservative. And so really a lot of the work in this bill was intending for the data collection to happen at the school level, to be shared out to the districts, and then from the district to New Hampshire Department of Education, and the vendor would be working very closely with them to assist in analyzing the data and in getting a report put together, so to really reduce the burden on the New Hampshire Department of Education and put some of that on the vendor to step up and assist with that data collection reporting process. We are open to any other questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in front of us. I'm just curious, have you approached any of the individual districts with this program?
Yes, we have spoken with some of the districts, as has Dr. Green and Lives in the Balance. They have spoken specifically about their program with the districts, but we have spoken to some folks on some of the school boards, as Lissa had mentioned, some folks at some of the alternative residential schools as well. And there is an interest for more, and they have voiced feeling that they need other tools to be able to reduce this use.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your thorough testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 653? Seeing none, we'll close that hearing, and we will open the hearing on House Bill 361, prohibiting mandatory mask policies in schools. And I see the prime sponsor entering the room on cue. And I'm sure she will give us a pink card later.
This is 360, right? That's 360.
Oh, all right. Welcome, Representative Noble, to the Education Policy Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kristen Noble, and I represent the town of Bedford, Hillsborough District 2. In November of 2020, Governor Sununu issued a mask mandate. That mandate exempted K through 12 students, teachers, and staff. School boards created their own policies for masking students, following guidance and recommendations from the DOE and DHHS. If a district decided that they wanted to leave it to parent choice, they were free to do so. To my knowledge, no one did. As time marched on, parents, which includes me, I was a public school parent at the time, we grew more frustrated with the mask mandates because we saw that masking our healthy children was having a negative impact on their learning, their speech, their mental and emotional well-being, their physical health, and their social development. We voiced our concerns at school board meetings, voices that got much louder as the months dragged on. But no one would listen, and we felt helpless. There were some mask lawsuits across the state, one in my district. These lawsuits were dismissed by many as frivolous, but parents were trying everything they could to make this stop because their children were being harmed. Students dealing with autism, anxiety, asthma, or learning disabilities were not able to get exemptions for these mandates. However, under the governor's mandate, they would have. COVID was a difficult time for all, but the response to COVID was most difficult on children. A heavy burden was placed on them to protect adults. They were treated as if they and those around them were perpetually sick, creating a climate of fear. Students were repeatedly told that they would get their family members sick if they didn't keep their masks up. They had to wear masks in school, on the bus, during gym class, at recess outdoors, and even while playing instruments. They cut holes around the mouth so they could fit the mouthpiece in. In February of 22, Governor Sununu said that school districts would no longer be able to mandate masks, and those that continued their mandates would be in violation of Ed 306 rules. Governor Sununu left it up to local control initially, but then said they could no longer have no local control. But then he went back to local control when he vetoed this bill 2 times. Our local school boards didn't have the best time during COVID either. They bore the brunt of the anger and frustration. This bill protects our school boards from ever being put into that situation again. I know my school board wouldn't want a repeat. Let's learn from the mistakes of the past. Let's realize that there is no decision more local than that of a family. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for the representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any difference in this bill than the bill that was presented and that we reviewed last year?
Thank you for the question. It is exactly the same.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. So this bill does allow any student or staff member to voluntarily wear a mask. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. How many districts in the state currently have mask mandates?
Thank you for the question. There are none that I know of. This is to prevent another catastrophe from happening again.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that your school board doesn't want a repeat. Do they support this bill?
Thank you for the question. I had a very long talk with my superintendent the other day, and he shared my thoughts, and so he was going to run it by the board. I just haven't heard back from him.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. I remember in the discussions in previous years, we had talked about IEPs and 504 plans. Does this bill exempt students with IEPs or 504s if a mask is required as a part of their plan?
Yes. Thank you for the question. That's actually the new update that we did last year to the bill that was brought the previous year. So this is a third time.
Thanks.
Third time's a charm, maybe.
Yes, Representative Morris, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Is it true that this bill is both reactive and proactive?
Thank you for the question. I think I would agree with that, yes.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that there are some provisions for students with IEPs and accommodation plans, but there don't appear to be any provisions for staff members who might have issues, health issues, and which masking around them would be gravely important.
Thank you for the question. So you're asking that children should be mandated masks if a staff member is sick? Am I getting that correct?
Correct. If you're making accommodations for health reasons for students, which is, appropriate, individualized, but there are adults that work in situations that do have health issues, and being around people that could potentially be carrying germs could be very detrimental to their health as well.
I think if they're free to wear a mask themselves, and if you believe that masks work, then they should be protected. My concern, and so that did come up last time, if there was a child that was sick in the classroom. I think that would be a rare situation. And I don't think it prevents them from asking the parents if the kids would mask in the classroom. But you can't mandate that, because it did have a negative impact on children's learning. And so I think you can't have a negative impact on the children's learning experience. And if the sick child is wearing a mask, then they should be okay.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
And for the following people testifying, I'd like to limit the testimony to 3 minutes if we might. And we'll start with Representative DeVito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah DeVito. I am a state rep for Rockingham District 8 and a co-sponsor of this bill. As a parent and co-sponsor, I'm writing to express or come here and speak to you to express my strong support for House Bill 361, which prohibits mandatory mask policies in schools. This bill is essential to ensuring that parents and students have the right to make personal health decisions without government mandates. Masking policies should be a matter of individual choice, not a one-size-fits-all requirement imposed by the schools. Parents know what is best for their children's health and well-being, and they should be able to have that ability to decide whether the child wears a mask during the school day. Additionally, prolonged mask wearing can negatively impact students' communication, social development, and learning experience, particularly for young children and those with special needs. By passing H. Bill 361, New Hampshire will reaffirm its commitment to parental rights, individual freedom, and a balanced approach to public health. I urge you to support this bill to protect students' rights and ensure that health-related decisions remain in the hands of families, not government mandates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Morse.
Thank you. Is it also true that there's been a huge increase in respiratory health when it comes to mandating children, long-term use, 8 hours a day, same mask, breathing in and out the same exact air?
I can only speak on behalf of what I have experienced. I had a child during COVID who attended public schools and was mandated to wear a mask. And when he would come home, especially from playing sports, the thing was filthy. It was disgusting. So we would send multiple masks for him to change throughout the day. But as a child, you can only expect so much. Plus, they would get thrown in their bags. Sometimes they would take it off for lunch. It would get thrown on the floor. It was disgusting. A lot of the time, we would end up throwing them away at the end of the week. So yes, and he did have a lot of respiratory illnesses after that, just because of the exposure.
Could I get a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up to that would be, so families, because you probably spent a pretty good amount of money on these masks considering the skyrocketed rates, when this whole thing happened. But lower income families that may not have been able to afford, there were masks that I saw kids using that were the same mask for almost 2 weeks straight when my child was in school dealing with this. So the added expense to me is lower income families couldn't afford, which was a larger
Question?
increase. Yeah, I guess I'll just yield back.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Kluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I'm wondering what you would think in the case of an epidemic that would maybe hurt children, such as, I'll use the measles because I remember having the measles and it wasn't good. What would happen in that case if we're putting into legislature that we cannot mandate it, but what if it did happen that a disease like that would occur?
As a parent and as someone in a leadership role, I would expect parents to use their common sense and keep their child home if they were sick. Parents or someone like myself, we have these children and we've been given these children, we get to use our own knowledge to do what we think is right or wrong. Sending a child home would be what I would expect leadership at a school to do. If they noticed a child was sick, send them home rather than keep them in a building full of other children that's sick and putting a mask on them. It just doesn't seem reasonable to me for that. So I guess my question is, why would we keep a child at school if it's sick?
Follow up?
I think I was referring more, you might not know that someone has the start of an illness. And if we know that there is an epidemic out there that's influencing the health of children, wouldn't we want to protect them in that vein?
I think that could go with anything. During the winter months, we know that we're kept indoors, and so the flu ramps up. So does that mean that every winter we should mask children? I don't think so, but we could do that with any epidemic or any sickness. I think the best thing is to build up our immune system and use common sense and keep children sick or sick children home or school officials.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your work in co-sponsoring this. If there were a situation such as an epidemic, which was mentioned, is it true that this bill does not prevent the governor or another state entity from putting forward a mask mandate if they saw fit?
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Nato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When the governor enacted all that in the schools, was there a specific grade, like the N95 seemed to be the specific grade, and were some of the masks a homemade mask that were probably less than the specific grade that were mandated?
Yes, and I think that was one of the main issues that people had a problem with is where and when do we start believing science? I think there is written testimony, and there may be people here that are going to speak on this that are actually scientists or doctors that will tell you that with COVID, the paper mask that people were wearing, along with the homemade mask made out of, anywhere from mesh to t-shirts to canvas, a lot of those didn't even stop the particles of COVID being able to pass back and forth. So it did no good whatsoever. Obviously, an N95 mask would have been ideal. But then again, it comes into what Rep. Morse was talking about is money. Who's paying for N95 mask? Who's watching them to make sure that they're changed? They're not getting wet, they're not getting dirty. And who's providing that? Is that taxpayers' dollars? So there's a whole lot of issues that surround the type of mask worn. But yes, absolutely.
Representative Morse. Question?
She actually answered my question.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Committee.
The Honorable Arlene Cordiello. Welcome to the new Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Arlene Cortiello. I represented Atkinson in the House last term. And I was a co-sponsor of HB 1093, which would have prohibited school boards from mandating mask wearing, just like this bill does. It's identical, as was said previously. And that bill last year was passed by both the House and the Senate, but the former governor vetoed it. His veto message cited the importance of local control, a concept that usually makes sense in our state school districts. But this concept of local control should not give school boards the authority to make health decisions for students. In fact, to do so is unethical. A recent article in the Archives of Disease in Childhood concluded that recommending child masking is unsupported by current scientific data and inconsistent with accepted ethical norms. When I testified last year, I had done a lot of research. I'm not going to go through all that again. The fact is the House and the Senate both passed this bill. The governor vetoed it on the issue of local control. And since that time that it was passed, there was the release in May of the shocking testimony of Anthony Fauci that he had given months earlier to a congressional subcommittee. When Dr. Fauci was asked if he had followed any of the numerous scientific studies concerning learning loss and other negative effects on children wearing masks, he said no. He then admitted there are a lot of conflicting studies. I still think that's up in the air. It turns out that the doctor, who many had looked to for guidance through the pandemic and who headed an agency promoting mask use, hadn't been following the research adequately. He was further asked if there was ever a cost-benefit analysis done on the unintended consequences of masking kids versus the protection that it would give them. And he answered, not to my knowledge. I am now a teacher, and I'll tell you, I'm seeing the effects of this. I teach middle school, and these kids were, under these COVID measures, the masks, the lockdowns, the social distancing, and it has scarred them. I mean, I could bring up studies and all that, but I'm just saying from a personal perspective, in my role now, we can't let this happen again. I know I have 3 minutes. I shouldn't digress from my testimony here. I'll skip to this part. During the COVID pandemic, we continuously heard the phrase, follow the science. The science is as reflected in the many conflicting studies that have emerged, does not provide clear justification for mask mandates. Unless the face masks are proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be harmless, they should never be mandated by school boards. The children should not be forced to do something that could possibly cause them physical and emotional harm. We're still not sure about these things. Local school board members are not medical experts, and they should not be arbitrarily mandating the wearing of face masks. The majority of the legislature agreed on this last year, but the former governor did not. And I just have one other thing to say. I had a personal experience. This might go over. Can I have an extra minute? All right. Anecdote aside, then I will finish up. Please vote OTP on HB 361. And let's give the new governor an opportunity to sign this bill into law and protect our children. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. The Honorable Emily Phillips.
Good afternoon, Emily Phillips. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a sponsor of this bill last year, and I voted for it previously as well. I just want to give you a perspective. I was on the school board in 2019 to 2022 when the pandemic happened, and all we asked in public and we among ourselves, we said we just wish the state would make this decision, because from town to town, we all go to the same market basket, but the policies were all very different because the local school boards were setting these mask or face covering policies. I'm from Fremont, New Hampshire, and we have a pre-K to 8 school, and we opened in person in September of 2020, and we had a face covering policy which allowed parents to choose plastic face shields or face masks. of any make, right? So my children had IEPs for speech and language and other issues, and so I put them in plastic face shields, and they went to school, and I feel like I was one of the lucky ones. All the kids right now are very, very, very behind. And I think it might be a combination of the remote learning or, you know, the masks or sickness, who knows? But we all know, you guys know more than anyone, how behind our children are. My children didn't wear masks at school, but my daughter specifically, she's now 9, is so emotionally stunted, and her education has obviously been affected greatly by her peers wearing masks. She didn't speak at all until 2nd grade. So she was just, I don't know if it was anxiety or what it was, but she was 4 when the pandemic happened, and she was already very speech delayed, and then she just never spoke. I ended up pulling her out and homeschooling after a year of being there with all of her peers wearing masks, all of her speech and language pathologists covering their face, trying to teach her how to speak. It's very frustrating from a parental point of view that people who are elected, who are not qualified to make health decisions, we don't let our school boards decide which vaccines are required or other things, but we arbitrarily allowed, for the sake of local control, school boards to set these policies. And all we're asking is that the state, whether it be the elected legislature here or the governor, to decide these things, if it should be, if it is warranted in future pandemics or what have you. Let you guys decide, let the governor decide, not elected school board people. We don't want the burden. I'm actually running for school board now. We don't want to make these decisions. We have a lot more important work to do at the local level than to fight with parents, because it's very divisive, right? We don't want to fight. We have other more important things to do. Let's get back to the basics of education about you know, what's most important at the school level. So we're just asking for the state to do this, because it is a burden on school boards to set these policies.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that you were on a local board. I know that the boards in a lot of towns in my Seacoast area, they relied on the recommendations of the public health officers in the town and the transmission rates of the community, using that information to make the local decisions. Was that also the case with your board?
Sure, but like I said, the towns right next to us were requiring everyone to wear face masks. We didn't have that policy. There was one moment where we mandated masks during a high outbreak period, I want to say like 4 or 5 months in, and it was a 2-week period where everyone had to wear masks unless you were covered by a disability or an IEP. But other than that, we allowed choice. Now, most people just did the masks, homemade or whatnot. So yeah, we could pivot and change, but as you know, we're all shopping at the same places. It's just like mosquitoes, right? They travel to the next yard. I mean, it's funny that one district right next to another district can arbitrarily make different decisions. We had teachers who were trying to pull their kids out of their hometown to go to our school because we were physically opened, and her school wasn't, but she had to teach at our school. So it's just like, we're all one big community here in New Hampshire. So we're not that big. We're not Texas. We're not California. If this needs to be done, let it be done on the executive level of the state, not through elected bureaucrats at our local level. I mean, everything else is fine, but this is a health ordinance. And if we're talking about local control, the ultimate local control is the parents.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you very much for being back in education. Dr. Gary York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gary York. I live in Hopkinton, New Hampshire. To me, this is a no-brainer legislation. This was passed before in this state. I think if we all accept the premise that masks do not work, then all these other arguments for what if this, what if that, all that, it doesn't matter. If they don't work, then it's just political theater if you want to have people wearing masks. It's very simple. I remember testifying 3 years ago with industrial engineer specializing in hygiene, talking about how ineffective they were. That was 3 years ago. Representative Morse mentioned, is this a proactive thing? Well, it was proactive 3 years ago, and it's high time to get this thing done. So if you don't realize that masks don't work, then maybe you find another news source or whatever. But here's a source. This is Alan Stevo. He writes Substack, which is an alternate news source. Alan Stevo from Lockdown Land. He's written a book, Face Mask in One Lesson. Pretty thick book, yes. It's out there. His second book, because his first one was so popular, Face Masks Hurt Kids. And this is a much thicker book. And he has 43 pages of references in small print of why they don't work. So if we accept that masks don't work, this is no-brainer legislation.
Thank you very much. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here again.
Thank you.
Samantha Morse?
Thank you. Hello, Chairman and representatives. My name is Samantha Morse, and I'm the newly elected Register of Deeds for Merrimack County. I'm here today to urge you to support HB 361. As a parent, I've experienced firsthand the heartbreak of sending my child to school in tears due to mask mandates. Every day, I had to reassure my 5-year-old at the time, and having just started school, that it would be okay and he could take his mask off as soon as he got home. My son would come home day after day with his mask taped to his face on his cheeks because the school issued masks didn't fit properly, which caused some irritation, not only in those areas that were taped, but around his ears, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. He also couldn't wear glasses comfortably because the mask would fog up the glasses. I have that issue myself too. Had my child fainted or worst case died to the lack of airflow, educating staff members would forever have that on their conscience. To have proper airflow, the mouth and the nose need to be exposed somehow. Who would have been liable in this worst case scenario? The situation became so distressing that we told our child to only wear the mask over his mouth if he was having trouble breathing. However, this was still problematic because children are often afraid to stand up to authority figures, even if they're uncomfortable. They may have privileges taken away if they don't follow the rules. Mind you, those rules or mandate were only applied indoors, though my child was still wearing a mask on the jungle gym during recess time. Furthermore, the use of masks with patterns that appeal to children didn't change the fact that they were still restricting airflow. The whole experience was traumatic for my child and did not set him up for success in the future. For these reasons, I urge you to support HB 361 and protect the health and well-being of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the record, I just want to make sure you had announced that you were the newly elected Registrar of Deeds. But you were here testifying in your personal capacity. Is that correct?
Correct.
See no further questions. Thank you very much for coming in today. Maureen Hardy.
Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maureen Hardy. I'm from Londonderry. I'm testifying in favor of this bill. As for introduction, I have worked in the clinical microbiology laboratory for 26 years. I participated in the infection control task group for my hospital, including ambulatory care settings. I've worked in research and development for diagnostic devices for infectious diseases, and I've worked in the pharma industry and pharmacovigilance. I have taught clinical microbiology at the community college level and medical ethics at the university level. I have a master's in epidemiology. When evaluating a medical intervention or public health mitigation strategy for a disease, whether from the perspective of a device, like a mask, or a public health policy, the risk-benefit analysis must be considered. Based on multiple studies and population data, the risk-benefit analysis does not support the use of facial masks for the prevention of respiratory viruses, including SARS-CoV-2, especially for children. I have provided you the packets. At the beginning of the packet, there's a link to 170 studies and journal articles that show that masks do not work and also discuss the damage to children done by masks. There's longitudinal cohort RCTs and observational studies to support my positions. There was even a cohort study of kindergartners. So there's plenty in your packet to look through. Wearing masks is not a benign intervention and causes serious and potentially long-term damage to children. Mask wearing causes physical, psychological, and social damage to children. We know that masks encourage mouth breathing in children, which leads to facial deformities. Masks interfere with children learning socially through facial expressions. Speech learning is delayed in the very young. Learning deficits have been observed in all age groups. An Israeli-Canadian study published in Cognitive Research in February 2022 found that face masks disrupt holistic processing and face perception in school-age children. Masks keep other pathogens trapped near the mouth and nose in the lungs of children. These are larger pathogens and include bacteria, mold, and parasites. Bacterial counts increase linearly with wearing duration. Another important drawback of face masks in children may well be that their use could reduce the focus from other measures that may be more important, such as hand washing and staying home when they are sick. Children are a vulnerable group that would face the longest and thus most profound consequences of potentially risky mask use. Citation 13 includes a table of 27 adverse events when using masks. And finally, children need to be free to be exposed to the natural environment to keep their immune systems. One-size-fits-all solutions do not work when it comes to your health. Many people assume that because they are able to wear a mask without issue, everyone, including children, should be able to wear a mask without issue. There are numerous reasons why someone might not be able to wear a mask. Respiratory conditions such as asthma and COPD, anxiety or other psychological issues and disorders, autism or other developmental disorders, hearing impairments, PTSD from being a victim of rape or sexual assault, or another violent crime in which the perpetrator was wearing a face covering or forced the victim to wear a face covering, sensory issues and disorders, and skin conditions like staph infections, yeast infections, contact dermatitis. Therefore, the risk-benefit analysis does not support the use of facial masks as a medical intervention or public health mitigation strategy, especially for school children. There is questionable...
If you could wrap up.
I just have a little bit. Okay.
You can always just summarize that and you can hand it in.
The mask recommendations were put into place by national and local public health agencies without evidence of benefit and without evaluation of risks, and were followed by school boards and administrators who had no other sources or guidance. We now have 20/20 hindsight and understand that masking children is wrong. Let us correct this now and not put the school boards in the position of having to mandate bad policy ever again. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you very much for all the information. And if you would care to hand that written testimony in to our clerk, we can put that in the record as well.
Is that in this room here?
Just right over here. Just hand it to anyone there. Anne Marie Banfield?
Good afternoon. For the record, Anne Marie Banfield. I'm a parental rights advocate focused on excellence in education in New Hampshire. I normally don't share information about myself too much, but some of you may know this, some of you may not. I'm a kidney transplant recipient of about 15 years ago. So I'm immune compromised, and for many, many years, I had to deal with viruses, obviously. I did choose to wear a mask, mainly on airplanes, because I wasn't sure if somebody sitting next to me would be carrying a virus or something. That's kind of why I was kind of shocked by the response when COVID came along, because people like me have been dealing with this forever. I mean, flu comes along, I have to be careful, you know, those kind of things. My doctor, my nephrologist really emphasized hand washing, not even mask. I just chose to wear one on the plane sometimes if it was during cold and flu season. So when this occurred, you know, I was very sympathetic to parents who wanted their kids masked. You know, we didn't know. I mean, I'm listening to this going, holy crap, why am I wearing a mask? I mean, I'm very good about washing my hands. I get off the airplane and it didn't matter if I wore a mask, because if I pick something up on the airplane, take the mask off and it's on my hand, doesn't matter that I was wearing a mask. So I'm very sympathetic, though, to people who wear it. And I don't think they should be shamed. I think if a parent wants their child in a mask, so be it. But the mandates, the force, because I thought, well, I never forced anybody on a plane to wear a mask. I chose to wear one. And I did that for years, so I wasn't sure why this was being, you know, mandated in this way. So I supported the parents who wanted their children masked, but then I was also hearing from parents who were like, you know, my child's neurodiverse. I can't get a mask on their face. Emotional issues that I was not familiar with because I can put one on. But then I'm hearing from them thinking, this is serious. Like, some of these parents cannot force their kids to do this. I can remember with my son, the tag in the back of his shirt. He couldn't walk around with a tag in the back of his shirt. So I can imagine putting it on his face. So I think it's just common sense to let the parents basically decide. I know that the governor would still have, you know, the position to require mandates, but school board members don't have a medical background. I would assume that a governor or a state body would be bringing in medical advice on this. I get my medical advice from my doctor. I'm not going to the school board and having them tell me if I should mask my child or not. And to be honest with you, I might have masked my child for a little while during COVID, but that would have been my choice working with the doctor. I would have asked the doctor, or my daughter, who is a pediatric nurse. I would have asked her, you know, is this necessary? These kind of things. Is 3 minutes up? Okay, then I'm going to just stop right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Ms. Banfield?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. Aubrey Friedman?
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill. Of course, it should be up to the parents, not school bureaucrats, who, like 99% of the time, they just defer to the health authorities. So when they say local control, it wasn't that. They're just deferring to the, you know, HHS or whatever. They didn't they didn't know any more than we did. So our experience in SAU 4, it was a disaster. For close to a year, we fought, and there'd be the people who wanted them. Again, it's not the mask, it's the mask mandate. That's the problem. And the people who wanted the mandate, they sat on one side of the auditorium with their masks on, and they cited all the studies saying that masks make a difference. And then the anti-maskers, we sat on the other side because we didn't want to infect them. We had our own studies saying that they're not effective, or it's inconclusive. Spent almost a whole school year, I believe till about March, finally the mandate was dropped. And then for all that time, fighting about a bunch of nonsense rather than worrying about raising our academic literacy of the kids. That's what the schools are supposed to be for. We were fighting about this. And then as soon as the mandate was dropped, hardly anybody wore a mask after that. Nobody cared if you did. So it was a big waste of time. And I might add, this might be a good argument for having more access to EFAs and school choice, because this doesn't affect private schools. So for those parents who want to make everybody wear a mask, they could choose a private school that would have that mandate, and that'd be fine for them. Let everybody, more choices is better for everybody.
Maybe we can stick to the bill.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I support the bill, and let's not go through this mess again and not have any mask mandate, keep it optional. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? See none. Thank you very much for coming down. And Nancy Biederman.
Nancy Biederman, New Boston. I am a member of the New Hampshire Rare Disease Advisory Council, but I'm speaking for myself. Saw some of you down in the cafeteria, Rare Disease Day, February 28th. Make sure you wear your zebra stripes. Had to plug that in. I'm also a parent and a teacher of 15 years. And going into teaching, y'all knew you were going into the petri dish. You were going to catch everything and anything. If you did not know that, you had poor schooling going into education. My first 2-3 years of teaching, we caught everything. My second year of teaching, chickenpox went through the school. What are you going to do? Nothing else you can do but clean the desks and make sure the kids are, coming to school, and all of a sudden, like, my tummy itches. Off they went to the nurse. Through COVID, my daughter has a hearing issue. And it was hard enough to get the adults, the teachers, to wear the clear mask so she could see their face. She needs to read their lips, and teachers refused. So that impaired her ability to learn. And it didn't matter if it was in our 504 plan or not. Nobody would listen. In kindergarten, I taught kindergarten for 5 years. They need to see your face. They need to see what your face is doing, what your lips are doing. That's how you taught letter sounds. Look at the way my mouth is. Look where my tongue is. Look what my tongue is doing. You can't do that with a mask on. And then, as far as a teacher, I was pregnant with my first child in teaching. And I had a parent that came in and said, oh my goodness, my kid has Fifth's disease. And as people that have had children and been in the teaching field and know Fifth's disease is very prevalent in the school district. And I knew that too. Thankfully, I was far enough in my pregnancy that it didn't affect me, but that's a risk I took. I knew that going in. Just be aware. When I hear people talking about people in the medical field, oh, they didn't know. I'm like, yeah, you do. You know you're going to get in contact with everything and anything. You don't know what's going to walk through the door. And as a teacher, you don't know what's going to walk through the door. And as far as measles, 3 cases is considered an epidemic. My college in 1992 had our basketball team got the measles from another team. And that's when they decided to give everyone a second shot of MMR. And then my oldest child, they had chickenpox when she was in high school, went through, and she's type 1 diabetic, so autoimmune compromised. And so we kept her there, and I said, well, we'll see if the vaccine worked or not. And she didn't catch it, but if she did, we would just deal with it. So that as a parent, your kids are going to come in contact with stuff. It's all good. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Questions, concerns, problems?
Questions for the?
All right.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Where are your ribbons?
Representative Posenza.
But I'm not Italian, it's my husband, so. I am Italian. Oh, I know you are, Rip Freeman. I love her accent. Okay, so for the record, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Potenza, Stratford District 19, that's Rochester Wards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. So I'm not going to take your time. You've heard my testimony probably, Representative Cordelli, I don't know, maybe 4 times now. This bill has come forward and it has passed twice, both bodies. And here we are again. So 3 times needs to be a charm. My family suffered greatly. My daughter has anxiety, could never wear a mask, tried to get an exemption from her therapist. It didn't matter. It was like disabilities just didn't exist anymore. And I actually left public school to go to a private school, and they were just as ridiculous. So after about 3 months, had to pull out my kids because a teacher threatened my daughter to say there would be dire consequences, put her hand on her face, and pulled the mask over her nose. I have stories that could go on for hours, and you don't want to hear them. So let's just get this done. It needs to happen. It severely harmed my oldest daughter in so many ways. Disruptions in her education, and created her level of anxiety just went through the roof. And so for all of those reasons, parents know their kids best. And if there is some sort of statewide emergency and the governor has that purview to do that, that's fine. But school board members they're not doctors and they're not parents of your children. And please do the right thing and vote ought to pass on this. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I believe that is the last testimony we have on House Bill 361. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed your card. Ruth Ann Chester. I won't close the hearing.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you, Committee Chair. Thank you, committee members. I have a long history of working with abused and neglected children, and that is never okay. Discrimination is discrimination. Children who have been abused and neglected should be a protected class. And putting a mask over someone's mouth when they're a child, a traumatized child, should never, ever, ever be okay. The kind of feeling that an adult gets when they see a child like that should put something in your heart that says that is not okay. The Department of Education, the school boards, they understand academics. Let's put it back where it belongs. There isn't a social service person alive that understands the importance of valuing an abused and neglected child. And masking is never okay. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So now we will close the hearing on House Bill 361, and we will open the hearing on House Bill 360, which is prohibiting public schools from performing diagnostic tests or surgical procedures or prescribing pharmaceutical drugs. And the prime sponsor is here again, Representative Noble. Thank you very much. Okay, could you hold on for 1 second? Yeah, right. We're just going to switch clerks. Thank you.
I emailed her yesterday. She hasn't.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You have any over there for 360?
What?
Can I have them? I'm
No, 360? Yeah. Do you expect for 361? Was took it. Melissa, did you take 361 packet?
Yeah, but I understand it.
Ready? Yeah, I got it. You all set? Okay. Thank you very much. We're all set. Representative Noble, if you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen Noble. I represent Hillsborough District 2, the town of Bedford. So how did this bill come about? Last term, we had a work session in this committee on mental health, and it prompted me to do some research on mental health in schools. And that is when I discovered school-based health centers. This would be like having a doctor's office right in the school, offering primary care, mental health services, reproductive health, school-wide health education, immunizations, laboratory services, substance abuse services, and more. It does seem to vary from state to state what is offered for services. Who would have access to the health center? Mostly students, but I have also seen staff, but it could also be student families or community members. And I think it probably depends on how close they are to the community schools model. This is something that the CDC had promoted called whole school, whole community, whole child, where your local public school would serve the entire community, such as offering adult education classes or healthcare services. School-based health centers have been around for decades. There are thousands across the country. In New Hampshire, I believe we have 4 that have started. I know in Manchester, they're very focused on mental health, and I'm not sure if the grant they just received is, if they are planning to expand on those services. I'm not sure what the others in the state are offering. How are these health centers funded? Typically, they start with grants. In December, the U.S. Department of Education was offering grants for districts to set up full-service community schools. I don't know what the details of those grants are. The rest of the funding also seems to vary from state to state. What is common in all, I believe, is that they're billing Medicaid and private insurance where they can, and then supplementing with state funding, local district funding, and sometimes partnering with a charitable foundation. This bill is aimed at stopping our schools from turning into healthcare centers. Why would I want to do that? Healthcare is not the purpose of our public schools. Our schools are for educating children. I'm very concerned about the funding. When that grant money runs out, that's when things usually fall to the local taxpayers. Too many granite staters have hit their limit where property taxes are concerned. Mistakes could happen, and it is a concern of children having medical appointments without a parent present. Tiffany Crick from Health Freedom Maine sent me some testimony. She wasn't able to be here today, and I think I'm going to share it with you because it does have some important information of what's going on in Maine. My name is Tiffany Crick. I'm one of your neighbors from Maine, and well, she's not here today to testify, but she's hoping you vote to pass HB 360. I am the executive director of Health Choice Maine. We work to protect medical freedom and parental rights, currently representing over 6,000 families across Maine. Currently in Maine, there are over 30 school-based health centers, and the state's goal is to open another 15 in the next 18 months. Most of the clinics currently in Maine were approved and put in quietly under the cover of COVID lockdowns. There are thousands of parents in Maine right now that still have no idea that a third-party medical clinic is in their child's school, or whether their child is receiving or has received medical care. These clinics are now in districts across Maine in high schools and elementary schools. Some districts are even opening them in both elementary and high schools. These clinics are not part of or being held accountable to the school districts. Rather, they are operating as auxiliary clinics managed by major hospital networks. The services offered can range from minor medical care to fully functional diagnostic and prescription capabilities. Even the approach to a specific service can vary. For example, all clinics offer sexual health and reproductive health services, which include birth control prescriptions. However, we have found several clinics offering Naplexanon implants and IUD birth control devices without even parental knowledge, let alone consent. Because of the legal support and individual advocacy we offer families, we have had a front row seat to the harm being done as a result of these clinics. In fact, we are actively pursuing litigation in one situation where a young lady was being seen, treated, diagnosed, and medicated at school without parental knowledge for almost 3 years. When this girl's friend group decided to go to the clinic and get birth control, she felt compelled to go along so she wouldn't be the odd one out. That first year, she was given oral birth control. She was not, however, educated about the birth control she was being given at all, not even the basic informed consent that is standard care. She was simply given pills and told to take them. The following year, she was preemptively directed by the clinic staff to choose between a Naplexanon implant or an IUD. She chose the implant. Several of her friends, however, chose IUDs. After being given the implant, she was told to continue oral birth control as well. When she asked why, she was told it would regulate her periods, even though irregular periods was not something she was being seen for. On top of this, the clinic was also providing Plan B pills prophylactically, which she took on a couple different occasions as directed by the clinic. So by the time the next school year started, this girl had been on multiple birth controls. Her hormones were wrecked, and she was showing symptoms of such. Yet when she went back to the clinic to explain what was going on, they simply diagnosed her with clinical depression and prescribed her an SSRI.
Representative, maybe you could concentrate on the bill.
Okay, this is what was going on in the school-based health clinic.
Thank you. If you could, if that's written,
Yep.
if you could submit
Yep.
that also.
Okay, so at the risk of stating the obvious, this is dangerous. What is worse is that we are pursuing litigation. We are finding just how unaccountable these clinics are, which just amplifies the danger. The family in our case was lucky. While harm was done, it can mostly be healed in with time and proper treatment. But what happens to the family who isn't so lucky? What happens when a young girl suffers a serious injury from an IUD no one knows she got, or to a young boy who dies after being prescribed medication that he couldn't take? So I'll stop there and share that with the committee. So if you take a look at the language of the bill, it was my intention to come today with an amendment. However, I probably would have drafted like 5 amendments by now, so I figured I'll wait and see what comes out of the hearing and just do one. So when I was putting in the bill, I was confused about if this was going to stop the normal things that happen in school with like the vision and the hearing and the things that they've been doing forever, or any other screenings. But they're actually screenings. It's not a diagnostic test, so it wouldn't be stopped by this bill. When Diana Fenton came in and gave us that little training on the law book, she had pointed out a section in the law as a good example of how to exclude things or to say this should not be meant to include. So I will have a list. I actually have a couple of lists. I asked the special ed director in my town if she could provide me a list with all the things that they're doing for screenings so that I make sure everything is covered. And also Becky Wilson she sent me some stuff yesterday too. The first thing that people were concerned about when they read this is that their school nurse would not be able to do their job. The diagnostic testing, surgical procedures, or prescribing pharmaceutical drugs is not within the scope of practice of an RN, and I believe that most school nurses are RNs. And the other thing around the nurse is, they are administering medication. Diabetes was brought up a lot. And so they'd be testing their blood sugar during the day potentially. And so people were concerned that they wouldn't be able to do that. The diagnostic testing was actually already done by the physician to come up with a diagnosis of diabetes. So the nurse at that point is really just following what's from the doctor's plan. It's really just an assessment. And then she would adjust the child's insulin if needed, or administer insulin if needed. I'm trying to think what else. Lots of things came up, taking temperature, blood pressure, all of those things are part of a nursing assessment. So the normal things that she would do in school, it's an assessment. And then that assessment leads to a nursing diagnosis, which is not a diagnosis. So the school nurse is covered. And I heard from someone who was really concerned about that, and she had emailed me back a few days later and said, nope, you're good. My school nurse says it's fine. And she gave me a whole explanation of stuff, which I can share with everybody. And there's actually online testimony as well from a school nurse that said, just doesn't touch me at all. So I definitely need to change some wording. I am considering changing diagnostic tests to perhaps a medical diagnosis. And then also probably changing school physician because they're not actually employed by the school. And I think that's about it. So really this is all based on trying to stop our schools from turning into healthcare centers. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Hall.
Sharon, thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, a lot of your testimony was about Maine.
Mm-hmm.
In New Hampshire, you said there were 4 centers right now. Did you say that? And one in Manchester and is that
So Becky Wilson told me there was one in Newport. I don't know exactly what the services are that they're providing. I think there might be one in Nashua, and I forget the 4th, but I think there might be somebody here that knows.
follow up?
Follow.
And are they experiencing any of your concerns in this bill?
I have not heard, but this bill is more preventative than.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? Seeing none. Oh, I see Representative Freeman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So based on this bill and some of the conversations I've had with people concerning this bill, do you know if every time you or your child visits a doctor that you have to sign a form that lets you know that what your HIPAA rights are, and you give them permission to the insurance company to bill your insurance and you're responsible for any money after that? Do you know if these community school centers have the same type of, I don't want to say paperwork, but the same type of administrative tasks?
Thank you for the question. They do get, there is parental consent. I think because from state to state, especially for like birth control and maybe substance abuse services, I think that the age is different from state to state. But yes, parental consent is part of it. I don't know if they're doing one or if they're doing it for every service.
Thank you.
For the questions, Representative Hall.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm curious, how are these set up? How does the school district and the healthcare center, how does that healthcare center get into the school? Do they like ask a school board to go to the town? Well, how does that work?
I actually don't, I'm not sure how it comes about.
Okay. I've never heard of it. That's why I asked.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So these community health centers that are set up in the schools, the people that work for the community health centers, are these people school personnel that work there?
No, it's typically they're partnering with like a healthcare company or facility.
Follow up?
Yes.
So the place where this bill is located is under school health. So I wouldn't think that this would have anything to do with schools if they're not the school district providing the services. Would you agree?
It's happening within the school, and so that's why it's in that section.
Representative Selleck.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. In one of my previous jobs, I worked for an organization that provided community health services, which included offering dental care for children who didn't have the means to get dental care. And so they would partner with school districts to be able to help provide dental care to those children at school. Yes, there is. And please don't interrupt me. That's not your purview. So my question is how this bill would impact organizations like that are going in at the behest of the community, who are saying to these health centers and health organizations, we don't have the resources to provide this care for our children. You have that ability. How would this make it so that those partnerships would no longer be able to occur?
I only just found out that that was going on. I think that's something I need to think about and maybe add to the amendment. I'm not sure, is it only cleanings that they're doing?
May I
Yes.
respond? Thank you.
Well, yeah. You can ask the questions and she can do the answers.
Right. So to clarify,
I could have asked you.
They provided dental care and they would reach out to parents if there was more than just a screening or cleaning needed. But so that was one of their purposes as a community health organization. And so I'm wondering about the possibility of blocking community health organizations from being able to provide the support requested by the community.
Representative Freeman, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, have you heard about the new school that they will be building in Manchester and what one of the functions of that new elementary school will be?
I know that they were awarded a grant, I think in December, so I would assume that it would be, they would have a clinic or healthcare center.
Follow-up?
Follow.
Would you believe, Representative, that the new school didn't get a grant actually, but that one of the functions of that new elementary school will be to be a community health center?
Yes, I would believe.
Thank you.
Just for future reference, this is to solicit testimony, so really, what would you believe is not a valid question in committee hearing? Yes. Representative Morris. Okay. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Representative. Aubrey Friedman.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, live in Bridgewater. I speak in support of this bill too. Even hearing that the
If I could ask you to pause for 1 second, we'll do 3 minutes for this hearing as well, if you would.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll make it quick. I still support it because I think she's not going to change the basic intent, which is our schools are increasingly becoming like hospitals, and that is a problem. They're supposed to be schools. Let's have them be schools again, not hospitals. They've gotten away. They're not doing such a great job on the academics, so why have more distracting things going on at school? And so that's the real problem. And it's also that parents are shirking away from their responsibilities to take care of their kids. When my son was growing up, and I did it as a single parent, I always took him to his appointment. A parent should be there when your kid is having anything medical done. I scheduled appointments late in the afternoon, so he wouldn't even be missing school. It's not taking away from the day, the school day, and where I'd miss the minimal. And you should be there when your kid is having anything medical done. That's the problem, is people are just, well, the school will take care of all that, and I don't need to be there. And, you do know about like the vaccinations that happened by mistake. And so that's one thing right there. And also about the HIPAA law, a 12-year-old girl could request a birth control device put in, and if it's going to be at school, the parents wouldn't even know, and the school, because of the HIPAA law, they don't have to reveal that. That actually would, well, maybe I'm wrong on that. Okay, but that's what I've heard. A 12-year-old girl, and if they do these things at school, the parents wouldn't know. So I think we need to get back to schools being schools again and not being a hospital or a medical center. It just distracts from the original mission. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Questions? See none. Did you have a question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Scare?
Good afternoon, Chairman Cordella and distinguished members of the committee. Stephen Scare, Nashua. I support this bill as a necessary step in limiting the school's roles in medically and socially transitioning children. I'm an activist trying to prevent children from being exploited through gender ideology. My concern is that these clinics have a role in that. While I was sitting here, I sent a message to my friend, Jamie Reed, who worked at a gender clinic in St. Louis. And she's on the opposite political spectrum, and the political spectrum than I am. And I asked her her opinion. She ended up being a whistleblower in that clinic. And she responded to me. She worked with schools, by the way, as part of this job. In Missouri, we had a number of school-based health centers, and yes, they are part of the erosion of parental rights and oversight to medical care accessed by teens. Primarily, they are set up to provide birth control, mental health medications, and some routine medical care to kids directly in schools. Where they go awry is they set up a relationship with the teens outside of the parental oversight. In many states, teens can consent for birth control without parents' consent and needed, and they also have been extending gender-affirming care into the same realm that they place birth control. And in Oregon, I saw they're already doing that. They're writing referrals for surgeries and prescriptions for cross-sex hormones. I'm also a little concerned because we already know our public schools are secretly affirming children's gender identity, which are entirely imaginary constructs. No one can disprove them or affirm them. They're based on stereotypes and circular reasoning. And 2 years ago, Dr. Simran Ball of Dartmouth Health talked about testifying to the Health and Human Services Committee, if the parents aren't affirming the children, then the children should be turning to other trusted adults until schools, including schools. So I'm strongly against making schools part of what I see as a very, very destructive and harmful pattern of exploitations of children.
Thank you very much. Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did I hear you right when it sounded like you said that some of these clinics were providing puberty blockers to students without parental consent?
If I said puberty blockers and I misspoke, it is in Portland, Oregon, cross-sex hormones and letters of referral for mastectomies. And their laws are such that if a 16-year-old girl decides I want to get a mastectomy because I have a male gender identity, she can go ahead and get that, and then her parents will get the bill for the surgery.
Let me be clear, you're talking about another state, not New Hampshire, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for being here. Beth Scare, maybe someone you know.
My name's Beth Scare. I'm a grandmother from Nashua, and I'm here supporting HB 360. School clinics are overstepping their bounds when they prescribe medications, perform invasive diagnostic tests, or perform surgeries. That type of health care should only be provided in medical settings outside of school under the supervision of a child's parent or guardian. A student in Maine was sent home from school with a baggie of antidepressants. Female students in Pennsylvania received pelvic exams at school under duress and against their parents' wishes. A student in Maryland received a birth control implant in her arm at school, which requires surgery against her mother's wishes. None of this should be happening, and this bill would help protect kids from experiencing this in New Hampshire. Please vote ought to pass on HB 360 to protect New Hampshire kids.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have any direct references for those? Could you send them to the committee? I'm interested in reading where they came from. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Representative Potenza, were you interested in speaking on this bill? Yeah, your card says 361, but yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I did. Yeah, why not? Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record again, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I strongly support this bill. I can't even imagine those things happening. I have 2 teenage daughters. Any of those things happening without my knowledge or care being involved. One of the main reasons why I support this bill has a lot to do with during the pandemic. And I will provide this information to the committee. This bill hasn't come forward in the sense that I've ever testified on something similar. So actually, it's another representative now. We both ran together, and she's in Milton. And she asked me to come testify at a school board meeting about just some specific like ESSER grants and certain things like that, just to give the school board some information. And we walked in, we were in the school board meeting, and then there was like a break. We came out in the hallway, and on a table, they were doing vaccinations. There was no one there, and there were vials and needles just out there, and a whole group of students playing basketball in the gym. I thought I was like in an opposite world. And this is where we really, another testimony said schools need to be schools. Why can't we go back to that? I don't want to, age myself here, but, I graduated high school in 1991. And I can't imagine any of this. Like, why aren't we getting back to the basics? Why aren't we supporting good teachers? Why aren't we teaching, reading, writing, math, arithmetic? What are we doing? Like, we're going down such a wrong path. Let parents do what they need to do in their own. And if there is a need for community health clinics, those are all happening right now. You can get everything that you want by walking into a CVS or a Walgreens and all of that. There's so much that's available that I never had available when I was young as well. So I just really hope that the committee looks at these things, and I will send those pictures and that story. I think it got published in a couple different articles. We were it was Representative Burnham and and we were quite horrified. We literally could have grabbed that. It was the vials, everything. It was, we need to have medical professionals be doing what they should be doing in their places. And then we need educators, fantastic educators doing what they should be doing in their places. And let's keep that separate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the representative? See none. Thank you. Melissa Blasek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Blasek. I'm here representing Rebuild NH. I just want to kind of rapid fire answer some questions that didn't get answered before. So I would recommend amending this bill to say specifically medical diagnosis. That is legally different than nursing diagnosis. What nurses do in school currently is it in the scope of nursing diagnosis as opposed to medical diagnosis. The clinics in New Hampshire are very new. We're talking a matter of months old, so there's not a lot of information about them yet. We really have a unique opportunity. We are the last state in the country to get school-based health clinics, and we have a real opportunity to kind of look around and see what's happening in other states and put some roadblocks and barriers up here before it really takes hold, because right now we have 4 clinics. It's not a lot, right? Yes, the Manchester school, the new one, is a school-based health clinic school because it's replacing an existing one. And dental screenings and cleanings would be fine under this law. You wouldn't be able to do further dental work, but you could do a screening and refer out for, more work. And you could do cleanings. Okay, so I didn't know anything about school-based health clinics until last year. There was a bill in the Senate, and it was to create an entire legal framework for school-based health clinics. Now, currently, they are neither legal nor illegal, if that makes sense. There's no statute that sort of creates a legal framework for them, so they sort of just operate a little willy-nilly, if I'm being honest. That bill did die, and I started doing a lot more research on them. This is not like your vaccine clinics of old, okay? It is not where the school nurse just rolls in and does a treatment. That's a treatment, by the way, so that's still allowed under this bill. These are full-scale diagnostic clinics, and they are all slightly different. It depends on what they've chosen to do, but they have the ability to be full-scale diagnostic and surgical units if they want to be. And that does happen in different parts of the country. They do minor surgeries. So these are third-party clinics. So we are opening up public schools and offering private corporations unlimited access to an incredibly vulnerable population, children who are there without their parents. The state and locality should not be in the business of lining pockets of corporations at the expense of children. Parental consent, yes, parental consent would be required, but there is no standardization of how that consent is given. So, to answer Representative Friedman's question before, some of them do operate where the parent just signs a blanket form at the beginning of the year. A lot of times they don't even know that that's what they're signing it off for. So that is except for a few things. Title 10 requires, so this is standard across the entire country, it says that every child over the age of 12 has to be allowed access to birth control and addiction services without parental consent. So if you have a school-based health clinic, your child can go and get those things over the age of 12 without parental consent. And then New Hampshire law, in addition to that, requires that they have access to STD testing and treatment without parental consent. So those are the things that in New Hampshire, a child could go to a school-based health clinic and get done without their parental consent. Now,
If you could wrap up.
okay, so last year, mistakes do happen. Last year, there were 2 children who got vaccinated against their parents' will, right? Those were mistakes because parental consent is required. But I know parents who will not send their children to school on vaccine clinic days because they're afraid of mistakes. If we allow school-based health clinics to take hold, every day is vaccine clinic day, where there is a risk for mistakes. So yes, I will take any questions, but please support HB 361.
Any questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. You mentioned that under New Hampshire law, I believe you said age 12 without parental consent for both birth control and a number of other things. And previous speakers mentioned the birth control implant. You mentioned minor surgeries would be allowed. So under current New Hampshire law, without this bill, would, say, a young girl be able to go into one of these clinics and get a birth control implant without parental consent as young as age 12?
Yes, and an IUD. And that is already the case. They could go off to another doctor and get that done without parental consent, but there is a certain limiting factor of typically a child the age of 12 probably needs somebody to drive them, right? So there's a little bit of parental involvement. This is unfettered access because it's in the room next to their classroom.
Wow, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anne Marie Banfield.
Okay, so Melissa pretty much covered a lot of what I was going to do, what I was going to say, so good, I don't have to repeat it. This is kind of like your child Anne Marie Banfield for the record. It's like your child going out into the urgent care and getting medical services and you're not with them. Most parents would never do something like that, but I think when you make it the norm inside a school, we're going to start seeing that happen. I went through the memorandum of understanding with Manchester and Amoskeag, and I found numerous problems with it, as just anybody looking for problems would have probably found them. For instance, and I will give you all this, and then I can also send you the memorandum of understanding so you can connect it. So Amoskeag is responsible for the confidentiality and security of all student data and must notify MSD immediately upon any breach of security. But there's no provision for telling parents. Once again, parents are the last to find out. And maybe they will tell parents, but it's not in the memorandum of understanding. So there's a reference to the multi-tier system of support for behavior. We already know that third parties will not give me information on what they're doing, and basic information on if they're even billing Medicaid or insurance. I can't get that from some of the requests that I've made to third party organizations. And a lot of times when federal money is funding this, you have to report back to the Fed. So there has to be reports that go back to the federal government. A lot of this money is coming from the federal government. So they're going to have to come up with reports to report back. And as we know, that has been done with Keene State, with MTSSB, and Keene State was, there were people pressuring the school counselors to give personal mental health information on student to Keene State to develop their report. That information was given to me by a school counselor, I believe to the chairman, and I believe to the commissioner. Amoskeag Health may have access to protected student information due to its legitimate educational interest. They cannot perform their services without access to the student data. There is the FERPA loophole. So once again, they're citing this information is protected, but if you understand the student protection law, there are exceptions. So now somebody from the outside can access this information. People, nurse practitioners, doctors, who's ever helping these children, this now is information. If you're taking your child to a doctor, you know that all that information is staying there for depending on what they have to reveal to your insurance. This is another medical facility. So there are ways that information can be shared without parental consent.
If you could wrap up, Ms. Banfield.
Oh boy, I've got a whole lot to go over, but you know what? Why don't I just send this to you? Let me see if there's everything. Oh yeah, so, I do find it my daughter's a nurse practitioner, so her reaction to this was quite shocking because she's worked in pediatrics before. So she's worked with the actual doctors of children that have come into the hospital. And that communication issue is what she thought, that's going to be a problem. They're going to see somebody completely separate from their doctor without their parent there. How are they getting all of the background medical information on that child to
service that child, maybe give them medication, something like that. If they're coming in with if they're diabetic, if they're coming in with any kind of medical issues that the child may not share. You know, kids don't necessarily say, oh, by the way, I have this genetic flaw in my family.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll email it to you.
Thank you. Any questions? See none, thank you. Dr. York?
Gary York from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. Chairman and members of the committee. I must admit a fair amount of ignorance about this whole concept of medical clinics in a school system. It seems outrageous at the outset. I imagine that we would be looking at maybe Dartmouth Hitchcock Clinic / Hopkinton High School or Concord Hospital, a satellite clinic, some such thing. I'm not really sure. I consider myself a strong proponent of medical freedoms, including but not limited to reproductive rights, jab mandates, masking, medical aid in dying, etc. I think that is something that New Hampshire citizens should be entitled to. However, having said that, I am not in favor of such medical freedoms for students, minors, less than 18 years old. To me, this is just another attempt from evil sources to wrest control from parents regarding healthcare decisions for their children. Another concern I have is that should there be such a medical complex or annex within a school system, the very proximity to this to students is scary because, as you all know, having been there in high school, the amount of peer pressure that exists in school today, you might have a situation where because this is in the school, maybe the high school basketball team or the middle school cheerleaders are pressuring each other to get a new jab or something like that. So the very fact that it's a concept that would be proximal to so many students, whether it be a community health clinic for the whole community, nonetheless, that it's so close is scary. As a physician, I worry about the oversight for something like that. So yes, it is a proactive bill for sure. And I don't know what these things look like, but I think we need such a bill in place to sort of avoid any attempts to have these health clinics infiltrate our school systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the doctor? Seeing none, thank you. Roseanne Chester?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Roseanne Chester. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire. As I had said previously, I have a long history of abuse and neglect working with children, but I'm going to tell you a personal story. More than 10 years ago, my stepdaughter was provided with a pelvic exam and provided with birth control in middle school. It was because my child has a history, my stepchild had a history of abuse and neglect, significant abuse and neglect from when she was a small child. We chose to move to the school district we did because she wanted a fresh start. She didn't want everyone knowing her history. So when we moved to that new school district, we didn't tell everybody what we as parents were doing. She was going to counseling 3 days a week. And when it came time for sex education in the classroom, the note came home and I encouraged her not to do the classes because I was worried about her trauma history. She wanted to be a normal kid and she asked to go through those classes. I agreed under the agreement that she would come home every day and talk to me about those classes. About 2 weeks into the classes, she shut down on me. I went to the school counselor and I said, "What's going on? I don't understand." She's like a different child. She's depressed, she's anxious, she's saying that everything's going fine, but clearly it's not going fine. Staff at the school assumed that my daughter was being abused by her father and myself. Not that this was what they call transference. Now, this was a school counselor. School counselors are not appropriately prepared to understand the significance behind the whole child. And although this is medical, it is also, they put my child on birth control without parental knowledge or consent. And they did that because it was a risk to the child because the parents might be causing this abuse and neglect. So, and in the state of New Hampshire, that's the way it works. If the school staff says, the child is reporting that she is afraid to tell the truth to the parents, that is the ability for the school to say, well, we didn't have to tell you because we were afraid of the consequences. These child health clinics are dangerous. I worked in a child health clinic, and I can honestly say it is not appropriate for it to be taking place in the school without parental rights in place.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Nancy Peterman? She left? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 360. Yeah, we'll take a couple of minute break while we get ready for the next hearing, which is House Bill 50. I heard
I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 50 relative to teaching discrimination in public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Petrigno.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Peter Petrino from the town of Milford, and I'm here in yet another attempt at repealing the law titled The Right to Freedom from Discrimination in the Workplace and Education. Mindful that I have been unsuccessful in the past, but as a matter of principle, I decided to file it once again. As a former social studies teacher and department head, I dedicated my entire adult life to education and attempted to create classroom lessons which were relevant, dynamic, and inspiring, that hopefully encouraged my students to become lifelong learners and independent thinkers. And I truly see this law as an obstacle to that it stifles meaningful education. And I also believe that I speak for the vast majority of teachers in this regard. Social studies is not about simply memorizing facts in civics, economics, geography, and history. It's about guiding students in utilizing their knowledge to develop critical thinking skills, leading them to form well-reasoned, objective opinions about the world they live in, so they can become thoughtful and engaging citizens. Now, at Merrimack High School, we attempted to meet these objectives by developing competencies around research skills, content knowledge, critical analysis, and objective evaluations. One engaging activity was for the students to make their own personal predictions about America's future, utilizing comparisons and contrasts to that of the Roman Empire. Now, aside from any factual errors, there were no right or wrong answers to their conclusions. However, it was a demonstration of the students' critical analysis and well-reasoned opinions using their knowledge of both current events and historical facts. So it's true that the current law allows for the teaching of history, but it makes it extremely difficult when trying to examine the past in the context of some of today's issues, as I just described. So, for example, for many years, the Roman Empire struggled with massive migrations from Germanic tribes along their northern borders. They built walls, they deployed border patrols, they engaged in military clashes. So can a classroom discussion ensue that makes parallels to today's migration crossings from the Mexican border, especially as some frame the issue within a racial context? Now, that would be a thoughtful and engaging classroom discussion, but teachers worry, can they even go there? So finally, in every walk of life, you're going to find examples of those who conduct themselves inappropriately, unprofessionally, but you do not address the improper behaviors of some by making it difficult for everyone to do their jobs. Education is about teaching, opening minds. Indoctrination is about preaching and controlling minds. Those in the classroom who do not know the difference need to be set straight, but this law is not the answer. Thank you very much for listening to my testimony. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you. Would you be willing to share some examples of ways in which some teachers may have expressed their feelings of being, by the current law, being incapable of teaching some of these things? Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Certainly. There have been a number of instances. You take a look at some of the current events that we're engaging with. You just go online and you see words like Nazis and fascism, socialism, just thrown about willy-nilly. And young people are on social media reading all of this, and they have questions. So in the classroom, you study the past. Why? Just for trivial pursuit? No, you study the past so you can understand what's going on today, make those connections, and maybe kind of make the world a better place in the future. So you examine the civil rights movement, for example, and can you talk about today's white supremacists? Or if you talk about the Holocaust, you just leave it in the past and never ever discuss today's neo-Nazis? Because as soon as you bring that up, a teacher's like, oh, well, we can't go there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to talk about the past, and we'll just fill your head with a lot of facts so you can go on Jeopardy and win some big prizes. And that's not what education's about. There's a reason why we teach. And it's to enable individuals to be thoughtful and engaging individuals so we can have debates and discussions just like we do right here in committee room. You know, I like to think that all of us come from a place of some knowledge. We think about it, and then we present our opinions. I used to say to my students, I would joke at them, they'd say, well, this is how I feel. This is what I think. And I say, you know, I really don't care what you feel and what you think. And they'd look at me, well, that's my opinion. I'm like, okay, wait a second. If you can present that argument in a way that has some facts behind it, I maybe go, oh, okay. But then maybe I'll push back a little bit and give you some other things to think about. You see, it's about putting thoughts in your head and thinking and examining so you can come to a place where your view is objective. Right now, we're living in a world where people are on both sides and nobody really wants to think about and bring us to a place somewhere in the middle. I don't know, I'm elaborating too much here, but you can tell I'm very passionate about this. But those are some examples.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for all you do, because to be honest with you, you guys spend a lot of time in this committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Arlene Cortiello.
Hello again. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Education Committee. I had initially planned to come up here today for the mask bill that I previously spoke on, for which I had prepared comments. For this one, I'm going to just speak from the heart. When I left my 7th grade class today, in the middle of class to come up here, I left a video playing for them. It was the second episode of a documentary series called The Abolitionists, and it featured Frederick Douglass. And I just thought that was sort of coincidental that now we're talking about this bill. I remember a couple of years ago when this was, it was beginning of my term, when it was brought up, we filled Reps Hall with dozens and dozens of teachers who said they felt afraid to teach certain subjects because they would be fired. And it included subjects of both historical and current nature. And I just was sort of baffled because some people might even be afraid to teach the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, which I've always taught. Even when I taught college freshmen, I used it. And now my 6th and 7th graders are reading it, which is why I had them watch a little video first. What this bill basically wants to do is take away the, it wants to repeal the law that prohibits teachers from teaching students that certain groups of people are inherently superior or inferior. If you read the original law, this is a bill to repeal that. Supporters of this bill object to the existing law. They complain that it discourages teachers from covering certain historical topics, as I said. What the current law basically says is that, teachers can teach that slave owners abuse slaves. I mean, I left my students watching this video where I had to give them a little trigger warning and say there's a really graphic scene of this. So we can teach about the horrors of the institution of slavery. We can't insinuate that students in their classrooms that belong to a particular racial group should somehow feel guilt and shame over these events of the past that were in no remote way their fault. Because that is what's happening. I've heard anecdotes, and I didn't prepare my remarks, so I can't tell you specific ones. But this does happen sometimes, where children will come home from school and tell their parents that they were upset because they were made to feel that they were somehow bad or something. I'm just going to close with something. I have my book here. That's one of the reasons I had it in my bed when I left work. The thing about Frederick Douglass, well, the chapter that I find really inspiring, because that's why we teach this, to inspire. Okay, it's not just history. This is teaching you how to treat people. Frederick Douglass had a mistress who taught him how to read and write, and she was he describes her as kind, tender-hearted woman, all sorts of very just angelic woman. And then suddenly she changed and she wouldn't teach him how to read and write anymore. And what he said was that slavery proved as injurious to her as it did to me. He blamed the institution of slavery on her change, but that she was an inherently good woman, a good person. And that's what we need to teach the children, is that people are inherent. It actually reminds me of Anne Frank, who said that. I believe that most people are inherently good. So anyway, that's why I think it is so important that we keep the law that we have, so that we can prevent the issues that I raised here. So I would hope that you would vote ITL on this bill. So.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Good to see you. Aubrey Friedman.
Madam Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman, I live in Bridgewater. Now this one I'm going to oppose. So, okay, RSA 19340, Section 2, this is currently the law. It's very clear in this section. But it's saying nothing in this, I'm quoting, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit discussing, again, it says discussing, as part of a larger course of academic instruction, the historical existence of ideas and subjects identified in this section. So when teachers say, well, we can't teach this stuff, you can discuss it. I mean, you can talk about redlining, slavery, 1619 Project, Stonewall Riot. I mean, any number of things that are kind of common, Nazism, whatever. There's many things you can, white supremacy. You can discuss anything. You just can't promote it. That's the difference here. So teachers, they need to check their politics at the front door. And so when I was reading this bill, I was thinking back to when I was in junior high and high school, thinking about like social studies and history classes. Again, this is many, many years ago. I still remember the teachers. I don't really recall if they were Republican or Democrat, conservative, liberal, communist. I have no memory of that, and I remember them very clearly. They checked their politics at the door, and they didn't push anything. They were free to discuss, and it's not any different, but I do think some, not all teachers, do have a certain agenda that they are pushing in the classrooms, and that is wrong. You cannot, just like any other employee, they are employees of the taxpayers, you have to follow the rules. You can't just teach whatever you want, and the law right now says you can discuss things, but you cannot promote your promoting racism, sexism, victimhood. These are evil things to be promoting, and you should be fired as far as I'm concerned if you're promoting them. If you're just discussing them, that's good. That's what a teacher does. So groupthink is bad, and I think it's especially bad for teachers to be, we should be promoting individuals, the rights of individuals. We're not mindless cogs in a tribe. We are all individuals. And that's and if actually teachers are really interested in helping the ones in protective classes, we should be raising the academic standards. That will actually help them the most, rather than pushing politics. So that's why I oppose this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Attorney Hewitt.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Ian Hewitt appearing for Cornerstone in opposition. I really enjoyed Representative Petrino's testimony, in large part because, as the saying goes, I think about the Roman Empire every day. I like studying Roman history and thinking about it. I like thinking about parallels between American history and Roman history. I like talking about it. And I noticed, though, that I've always managed to do that without ever saying that any group of people should face discrimination because of their race, or that any group of people is inherently privileged or racist because of their race. And so I think that it should be easy for teachers to make that distinction as well. I think there is often kind of a Maude and Bailey that goes on around this bill, because if you take a look at Judge Barbadoro's injunction saying that this law cannot be enforced, at no point does Judge Barbadoro say the problem with this law is it will prohibit teaching about ancient Germanic migration. He does not say the problem is it will prohibit teaching about the Holocaust. He says the problem, looking at page 27 of the opinion letter, is that this may deter teachers from teaching about the benefits of affirmative action. And he goes on to talk about how affirmative action is important because it remedies past discrimination and promotes diversity. So as I move between, as I often do, legislative advocacy and constitutional litigation, which I often do, I often see on contentious issues like this, certain groups will make very different arguments to bodies like this one than they will make in front of a judge. And in this case, I notice that often the argument before legislative committees is, this is deterring us from teaching about the Holocaust. And yet in court, the argument is, we want to teach that affirmative action is beneficial, aka that white students should face discrimination. And so I think if the judge can tell what this law is prohibiting well enough to say, that's precisely why I'm going to enjoin it because I object to that prohibition, then teachers also really can tell what it's prohibiting and not prohibiting. Now, potentially the current law could be amended to overcome the current injunction, but I think ultimately politically everyone really does understand what this law prohibits, and litigation like this litigation shows that. I would be happy to answer any legal questions, Madam Chair. I do school and other First Amendment litigation, so I'd love to take any questions about the constitutionality of this law or its enforcement mechanism or anything of that kind.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Selig.
Thank you. I just, you said you represent Cornerstone?
Correct. Yes.
Can you clarify what Cornerstone is, please?
Cornerstone is New Hampshire's only full-time Christian advocacy organization. We represent over 100 churches of different Christian denominations around the state.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anne Marie Banfield.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Anne Marie Banfield, parental rights advocate. I don't support the bill either. I do think that there's other things that we can be doing to help improve on some of these subjects that I'm going to bring up. RSA 193:40 addresses a worldview that has been permeating some public schools for several years now. And this worldview has been described as critical race theory, but I think a better accurate term would be called anti-racism. And 193:40 appears to be restricting schools from teaching or requiring students to adhere to a specific worldview. Anti-racist place people into two different categories. One category includes people who are inherently superior, and the other category of people. Children are being coached in the anti-racist worldview K-12 in some K-12 classrooms. So where does this worldview come from, and where have we seen it in the public schools in New Hampshire? In SAU 16, administrators spent $20,000 on a book called This Book is Anti-Racist, and this book was purchased for middle school students. The self-described standards, you go through the social studies standards, and you make sure that what is required to be taught in the classroom is included in those standards. We can do that as a state. You can go to the commissioner, you can go to the State Board of Education and make that requirement of that. That is exactly what they did in Florida. they added African American history standards to their academic standards. And if you go through them, 20 pages, which I went through and read them, I think everybody in this room might learn something. Maybe the social studies teachers would not, but I think everybody would learn something from them. They're very good. One of the standards says identify African Americans who demonstrated heroism, patriotism. Wouldn't that be a nice thing to learn? So they bring up, they give examples: Tuskegee Airmen, Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks. One says describe the history and evolution of slave codes. I suspect that our kids aren't learning a lot of this in school, and we do have an avenue to do that. So those are just my suggestions.
Great.
Work on the standards and include various viewpoints in the school.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Roseanne Chester?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. Roseanne Chester, Bedford, New Hampshire. I am running for a school board in my town, and I had the opportunity to meet with the superintendent of schools because I'm truly interested in being the best school board member that I can be. During that interview, he identified the perfect school board member as someone that does their homework and is open-minded to look at why one side would support a position and the other side would support a direct opposite position, and use your critical thinking skills to come up what's truly in the best interests of the children. What's interesting is when you walk into a classroom and you see a specific flag, as an adult, there's all kinds of things going on in your mind. Is that flag there because they're an ally? Is that flag there because they identify, et cetera, okay? Children developmentally are not in a place to try to do that. So bringing that into the classroom can be problematic. What's really interesting for our teachers is that if teachers are worried about teaching something and being accused of being racist or LGBTQ plus ally or whatever, what's really interesting is artificial intelligence does a great job explaining what is and what is not CRT, what is and what is not SEL, what is and what is not DEI. And what's really interesting is all three of those started during the civil rights revolution. In closing, the bottom line is discrimination is discrimination. The bill that's in place now does protect that. And our children, we should not be worried about a protective class. Shouldn't all our children be protected?
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Just a quick summary. I couldn't figure out if you're for or against the bill.
I am opposed to this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vanessa Blaise.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Vanessa Blaise. I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. Unfortunately, our executive director could not be here today, so she asked me to read her letter into record. Dear Chairman Cordelli and members of the House Education Policy and Administration Committee, my name is Isadora Rodriguez Legendre, and I am the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities, known as the DD Council. I am providing testimony on behalf of the DD Council membership, which believes that HB 50 would have a positive impact on the disability community. As a disability advocacy group, we believe that it is important to prevent discrimination on the basis of race, sex, age, gender, identity, creed, marital status, religion, national origin, and mental and physical disability. Disability is a natural part of human diversity, and it is also a natural part of the human experience, and we need to challenge stereotypes and biases about their abilities and their contributions. Persons who experience disability face many barriers daily, whether they are physical, attitudinal, or systemic barriers to community inclusion integration, and participation. Ableism, which is discrimination based on disability, is a societal attitude teaching people to believe that people with disabilities are less than or deficient in some way. To combat ableism, we must be able to use the real-life examples and experiences of groups of people who have historically faced discrimination in education and employment, including disabled people. Public schools and workplaces have a foundational importance in identifying policies, practices, and barriers that are ableist in nature. They often serve as a front line in advocating and educating our community on how to be more inclusive and accommodating towards disabled people. Cultural competence includes awareness and intentional design to include people with disabilities. But this can only happen if people are taught about discrimination and oppression to correct and prevent it in the future. Studying disability is studying culture. Teaching disability history is integral to empowering the next generation to understand their roots and current issues that impact their futures. Teaching disability history is paramount to civic engagement. Currently, 1 in 4 adults has a disability in the United States. Disability history is interwoven into all aspects of history. It's important for students to understand what life was like for people before these protections were passed, and how these protections impact themselves and their peers. Our council by law is comprised of at least 60% of people with developmental disabilities and parents and guardians of people with developmental disabilities. These members are volunteers advocating for disability access and inclusion. This involves advocating for public policies and initiatives that remove barriers and create opportunities in all areas of life for people with disabilities. Please feel free to reach out to us with any questions about how this would have a positive impact on children and families impacted by disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you'd be so kind as to turn in the written testimony to one of our members, we'll get it entered into the record.
Great, thank you.
And I think that that is the last card we have. We'll close the hearing on House Bill 50. Thank you, everybody. And we're going to reopen our executive session for a moment. I would like to take up House Bill 362. We discussed it briefly, and we're comparing that with House Bill 440. And I did have a conversation with the Department of Education, and Mr. Appleby thought that the language in House Bill 440, which we did pass yesterday, I guess, it seems like a long time ago, would eliminate the need for the waiver. I have not heard back from Mr. Beard, but I assume that since Mr. Appleby is in agreement on 440, as was Mr. Beard, we can go with House Bill 440. So I will move that we retain House Bill 362 in the event that multiple people in the department get together and have multiple opinions, and we still have House Bill 362. And if no further need is found later on, the beginning of the year, we can just ITL 362. So I should turn over the gavel. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I guess we'll open this executive session on HB 362, and I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
I move to retain House Bill 362.
I'll second. Oh, okay. Whoever.
Representative Selig seconds. Any more discussion? Seeing none? You ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay.
The motion before us is to retain Vice Chair Noble.
Yes.
And let's see who's actually here today. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Morse.
Yes.
Representative Nato.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Selig.
Yes.
and Representative Snodgrass.
Yes.
And and Chair Cordelli.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Total 12 yeas, 0 nays.
Great. And so that finishes that bill. Doesn't go to the floor, no reports. So with that, I think we are finished for today. And for the next, well, we'll see you all tomorrow, but then we'll have a week off.
Okay.